Alrighty, my dudes. So, looks like Twitch went down for a little bit there, but Twitch is back up now. So, I think I want to do some Solforge Weekend Warrior. And then I might try just making some deck lists, cleaning up that portion of my stuff, and I don't know, maybe I'll play some Constructed. I've only got a few more days to play this game. This is the last Weekend Warrior that's available, so that's what I'd like to do. I'm going to wait a second because I guess I'm talking to nobody right now. But, yeah, why don't I wait one more second here. I don't know why I did that. Oh yeah, I just wanted to turn on the music a little bit. I guess I normally don't keep on the music when I play Solforge, but I'm going to turn on the music a little bit, and I will be right back. Alrighty. So yeah, I figured at least let's get in here. You know what? Let me untaggle my headphones. Get untangled. Alrighty. Check out Solforge Ladder. See if anybody in the world is hanging on there. Nope. But this site did let everybody know that I'm streaming. Alrighty, so if anybody happens to see that, maybe they will stop by. Not counting on getting too many people here. What I want to do first and foremost, though, is go into my collection, go into Deck Builder, and I'm just going to be messing around here. Solforge and Chill stream today. What I want to do, I talked about it on Reddit for a second, so some of you may have seen it, but I'm going to open up the Solforge Reddit thread that I started. What I want to do is got my last ever Solforge pack from a draft. Now I'm just reading Reddit on stream. Cool, somebody got double legends from a booster pack, the last draft that they're ever gonna do. I kind of want to do some normal drafts, to be honest. I haven't done a normal draft in a while. But the other thing that I want to do is update. I feel like maybe this sound can go down just a little bit. Alright. Hopefully that might be better. What's up, Kaleri? Let me know, how does this sound opposed to this? Is the music too loud in the background? At like max volume. It sounds pretty loud in my headphones. I guess I could turn it down on my computer. I don't think that affects the stream sound. Oh, maybe that does too. I kind of forget. Maybe this is a good level. All right. I like the music for the nostalgia feel. You can probably actually help me out the most, Kaleri, is I want to everything from this thread right here. Now I'm going to play around with it a little bit and maybe not play every deck that's listed in this thread, but basically the easiest way for me to get all of these decks into my Solforge client is probably going to be through your ladder. I have to imagine. But what if we go like this? So when is this from? This is from a year and a half ago. That's probably fine. I can probably just copy this somewhere, and can I paste manual import copy? That's probably what I want to do, right? Oh no, not copy. Import CSV. I'm not sure if that is going to be the right name for it all. Okay, the spleen. I will check out your deck list as well. Let's see if that worked. Probably not. CSV is you do card name and then you do number. So like pretty much you just say Ambriel's Edict and then 3. And you put a parentheses. I can probably do that somewhat easier, right? Oops. If we say Stasis Warden 715 with a comma. Okay. Alright, I think we can get that done here. I think they nerfed like half of these cards anyways. Yeah, Iron Mine Acolyte isn't even good anymore. Right? Or no, he just doesn't redraw the card, but you can still play him for free, so maybe that's still fine. I'll go through and remove the numbers at the beginning of the cards and double check this at the end. Oops. Is Tex 1 Valifrex champion? Oh, comma, but no space. No problem, dude. No problem. What I'll do is I will... Sorry, I'm in the zone here. I will format it like that, and then... Oh, shit. What did I do? Hit F12? Yeah, I did. Okay. I'll format it like this, and then hit the... or I'll copy this whole thing, and then if it's wrong, maybe I'll just hit the space button back again in between all these things, but... You're probably right. You probably remember what you're doing. Alright, so Stasis Warden, 715. Let's see how that works. Scroll down. Space. Okay, we don't need to do that. So if I click export to client, looks like that probably worked. Maybe I have to get off this screen. Not yet. Show. Did it work? Alright, it worked, yeah. Oh, I have to relog? Oh, okay. But we know it worked because it shows up here correctly when we hit the show button. So, that works. We can delete this, clear up some of your server space. Okay, so now we know what we're doing. Did this one work? No, this one didn't work. Okay. So that is the format. I think this was like... I loved the, like, cute random tournaments that were in the client and stuff, or that were on this website. This was a tournament where every card in your deck had to start with a different letter, and I guess you could only play 2-ofs. But yeah, this was a pretty sweet one. Aetherphage, Bramblewood Tracker, Circe, Brood Queen, Epidemic, Ferocious Aurora, Lifeblood Dryad, Nova, Oros, Warclaw, that's cute. Sharpbound, Invoker, Thundersoar, Euterodon Mauler. Which one's Euterodon Mauler? Is that the 6/6? Yeah, it is, okay. Wirewood Patriarch, and Zithian Direhound. Cool. So, that's going to be like a little bit time consuming for me to do. Not that time consuming, but it is something that like I physically have to do. So, I might as well do it. I was thinking just while I am hanging out and on stream here with you guys. Twitch does not save old streams indefinitely. If there is a stream that you want somebody to save, you might be able to do something with Twitch clips if the channel has that enabled. You might have to ask the person that has that Twitch account if they wouldn't mind uploading it to YouTube. I upload all of my VODs to my YouTube channel, which you can find the link for in the panels below. But Twitch does not natively save it. You can, as a Twitch channel, tell Twitch how long you want them to save your stuff for, but there is a limit on that. I think normal Twitch users get to save their stuff for 30 days, and then like Twitch Premium it might be 90 days, and if you're like a Platinum God, then you get to save it for a year or something like that, or half a year. But the stuff is only, and you also have to turn that feature on. So people that are just streaming and don't have that feature turned on, it won't be saved at all. But that is kind of why I wanted to make this like video series, is just kind of Oh, Stasis Warden's nerfed too? How did Stasis Warden get nerfed? But yeah, I wanted to make this video series so that people could potentially go back and look. Oh, give a friendly creature defender? Oh, okay. So this deck's just dead. Yeah, that's not good at all. Give a friendly creature defender. I mean, it's okay, but you'd need to play, like, some energy surges. Yeah, Stasis Warden was nerfed to hell. Jeez. Okay. Well, I'm sure some of the other decks are still, like, somewhat reasonable. But for the most part, not great. Let's clear up some of these deck lists that I'm not going to be playing with here. Contagion Engine is bad. Burn is probably fine, though I'm not sure if I have the right list for it. I've got a lot of... Actually, I only have one BQ deck. Oh, I deleted all of my BQ decks that had Duskmaw in them, I guess. I have no idea what this is. Oh, this was something when I was trying to build around... I guess I was trying to build around... Nuada? I don't remember. This was for some Christmas-themed thing that then got away from me. Alright. Nasty's just kind of a fun deck. Let's just edit the name. Yeah, Hermes definitely seems better at giving defender to your creatures. You replace, these were just kind of silly decks. Kind of have to separate the silly decks from the good decks, but the silly decks are also sweet too. Like, I loved this deck. It was just Doomwing and Nether Shriek, and then also, I guess, Stormbringer, and you would just throw them around and blow stuff up. That was always sweet. This was for a tribal tournament. You had to pick a tribe, so my tribe was... And there was a weird rules restriction where, like, so Kataru Sprite is... Oops. Kataru Sprite's the only fairy. So if you picked fairy as your type, then you get to pick another tribe. So I put in all the fairies, which is just Kataru Sprite, and then I put in all the dryads, which is just Spring Dryad, Harbinger of Spring, and Lifeblood Dryad. Oh, and Spirit Bloom Dryad, which is fine. It's a fine underdrop. And then you got to fill the rest of it with whatever creature type you wanted. So I just put in Brood Queen and Damara's Pitguard, I think. Oh, maybe I didn't have enough room for Damara's Pitguard. I wanted to play Lash of Damara as well, which is a Naga. But yeah. Burn. This isn't the best version of BQ, I don't think. But it's the one that I would play after the nerfs. It's... Call it BQ Track'em Smooth because of Smoothsayer. Just being able to smooth out your draws a little bit. But who knows, maybe like a Wegu thing or just playing more Legends is probably better. Yeah, it's probably better now to just play like... Well, other than it just being better to play Poison in general. What's the one new guy? The 8/6? Othra. Yeah. It's better to just play Othra now than play the other stuff. So, yeah, what I want to do here, and just do it on stream so we can hang out and kind of talk about it all, is just start slowly porting decks over from this thread onto my Solforge account. Something like this makes a lot of sense to grab. The deck that Zwaxor won the second Forge Watch Invitational with. And there's some Golden Gauntlet winners, stuff like that. We can also look and grab some other decks that are in here. This was a good one. Yeah, this deck was pretty solid too. The burn deck that played Gox in it, and I do definitely want to have at least one Flamebreak Invoker deck. Like, the main things I just want to touch on is Brood Queen, Flamebreak Invoker, just make sure we get all the big ones. Oh, this is a pretty close deck to my... Actually, it's not. I guess it's a Tarsian Pack deck. Okay, yeah. But these decks were still cool back in the day. Another Brood Queen deck. Is this another Brood Queen deck? It has to be, right? Yes. Yeah, another Brood Queen, another Burn. Yeah, so... we'll just kind of pop some of these deck lists into the Solforge ladder. So this is... yeah, Zwaxor... and this took place 9/14, or just about. And then I'm just going to do some of this. So... I'm going to start at the top. I feel like that's a little bit easier for me for some reason. Yeah, it is. Grimgaunt Doom Rider, kind of nerfed now, but it's probably still okay. Might want to change around some of these numbers here. Nephrax is still sweet. I like that card a whole bunch. Alrighty. Yeah, definitely want the music on right now because there's not much that I am talking about. Alrighty. So let's definitely get that one. Let's definitely get one of these Gox burnout decks as well. Because this was a sweet deck that we definitely want to showcase. It's also got Killian and Scorchmane Dragon. I'll play my alt art Scorchmane Dragons when I play it, so that we can show those off as well. Looks like almost everything in here is a 3 of. Just cuts 1 Uranti Bolt for a Nano Swarm. Other than that, all 3 ofs. I can just do that too. If I was like super complicated, I would just like... I probably could. It'll save me some clicks. If I just like set up a macro to do triple backspace, up, right, right. I'm not going to get into that. It'll probably, I mean, I'll probably break even on time spent with that because the amount of time that it takes me to... Oh, I didn't name this deck. Can I rename if I guess I just have to rename in the client, right? Can you rename on the ladder, Kaleri? Oh, what does delete do? Oh, are you just saying like copy it and then hit the delete key? Oh, okay. Yeah, I just realized I didn't put the name of the deck in here. So, probably just want to... It's like... It's like a burn control deck. I guess it's just AT control. It's not really a burn deck, right? I'm not gonna worry about it then. Yeah, all these decks are the same, the BQ decks, just with different, supplemental cards. This is actually a different deck, though. This is, just Tarsus Pact. TN Tarsus Pact. Important to get a Tarsus Pack deck in here, I think, as well. Now this deck is almost all 2-ofs. Mostly just apologies if you're cringing because I'm doing something that's like, it can be done so much easier. But if you don't get triggered easily and you're just here to hear the smooth sounds of my voice, the Solforge theme music, and a mechanical keyboard, well, then I got you covered. Trying to give some right, this is an ASMR video now. That's what we're doing here. Export to client if I didn't hit that already. So we've got Golden Gauntlet, World Championship Qualifier, World Championship Qualifier, World Championship Qualifier, Forge Watch Invitational Qualifier, Kitfinity. Wait, Energy Surge got nerfed too? What does Energy Surge do now? Wait, does Energy Surge have Overload? Okay, it does. So you can't go infinite now. Does that make it completely unplayable? I feel like, so if there's no like video here though, I still feel like we should probably do a video of it. Just to see what we can do. I guess we just can't go infinite. Yeah, they cut both the gnome doesn't draw you cards anymore. Where is the gnome even? Iron Mind Acolyte, that's what he's called. He's not even in this list? Okay, so this is like an older list. Oh, okay. So let's see, is there like a list that happens later on? Here's a good list. Alright, let's skip to the end, see if there's like a final list that we landed on here with this. Oh, and somebody linked to a Solforge ladder. Oh, this was right, the ladder reset, right? That sucks. And Forge Battles. Links to educationconnectors.com. Well, that also speaks to why it's important to make some kind of legacy content for Solforge, because a lot of it has been lost with the ladder shutdown, sites that are no longer in existence. Nerfs aren't great. I'm sure this forum isn't going to be around forever, that I'm kind of just scrolling through right now. The other thing that they did is they changed a lot of creatures to be forge abilities. So to only work when they're played from the hand, which shut down a lot of different infinite stuff that people can do. You know what I think I will do is we'll run with this list. And even though this list can't go infinite anymore, it's from Kit. It's from Fox. But it's at least somewhat endorsed by both of them. And we'll try to make it work. It's not going to work because I'm not going to be good at it, and also it's nerf to hell, but we'll still give it a shot. I wonder what I can do in the client as far as... Isn't there a way to import decks in here? Go back. Oh, I know what I do. Yeah. You right-click it, right? Import, export. Let's try this. We know what CSV is. I mean, with the X's, it's probably not going to be any good. Oh, clients import, it just straight up doesn't work? Oh, okay. Then I won't waste my time trying to figure that one out. Fair enough. I'll trust you on that. Yeah. Kit Affinity. And this is going to be taken around the same time as everything else. Yeah. That's strange. But I guess there's like... It's in the coding, right? Because you're able to somehow like send requests for input and exporting things, but it just doesn't actually work in practice, I guess. Like, it exists the possibility to do that with the client, but just doesn't work how they coded it. Right, exactly. It's just like the button is simply an art asset that allows you to also press it. Oh, okay, the ladder just saves it as a deck. That makes sense. Some Circes as both control options and good cards here. Cool. Oh, what is unnamed deck? It's probably just empty, right? Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true. The ladder is its own kind of client at this point. You can do everything and more that a normal client would be able to do. Alright, so let's just test that out real quick. Let's exit Solforge and then load her up again. I may have been exporting those wrong. Looks like they showed up here. So, I might be doing something wrong, but we're making it happen. Though not all of these have been deleted. Oh, this has 0 cards in it. Okay. So I messed that one up. But I probably messed that up on here as well, right? No, that's here. Oh wait, did that delete? No, it didn't. Oh, so am I overwriting decks when I click this export to client? I want to click new deck and then click export. Is that what you're saying there, Kaleri? Maybe I should just be doing this Now I have to figure out what... Oh. Yeah, okay, so I just overwrote decks that I wanted. Okay. It might just be the easiest, like, I overwrote my BQ deck, and I also didn't delete decks that I wanted to delete. And I think maybe deleted some decks that I didn't want to delete. Maybe it'll just be the easiest for me to just do it all in the official client. So Doomsling's still here. But we got Stasis Warden, and it's got 30 cards in it now. We've got 3 copies of it. But this works. Okay, let me delete some of these decks so that it registers. I'm just going to delete this one as well. Got the Zwaxor deck. Delete this Stasis Warden deck. Ham Sandwich. Is this deck optimal? Not sure. It doesn't seem suboptimal. Like, noticeably or anything. Delete this deck as well. Alright, so other than this one, and... guess I can delete this one. Alright, this is a start, right? These are all decks that I want to showcase. So, if we just start with this, and maybe I'll just manually input stuff. I think it might take a little longer, but it'll work still. I think I might take the dates off of it. This isn't a valid deck? Oh, it's got unowned cards. I need Doom Riders. At the same time, why should I play Doom Riders if they're bad and there's like other good cards that I can put in the deck? Though Doom Rider was really big in that tournament, I'll just make Doom Riders. Well, I had them, but then they nerfed it. Like, I bought them, and then they made it bad. So, there's no reason to get it since then. Alright, let's knock one of those out and just put in another Grimgaunt Devourer. That card's still actually good. And we're just going to call this... maybe we don't name them after people. We just say this is like traditional BQ. Oh, this doesn't even have the trackers. This was before tracker. Alright. I want to get a BQ tracker deck in here. pretty much just BQ. Oh, you know what else it was? It was Dissian Shard. Alright, we'll go back and put that one in after. But Aetherphage, Tracker, Patriarch, Thundersoar. Maybe Lotus was in this deck? I don't remember. Lifeblood Dryad I think probably wasn't, but should be. Show off some alternate arts, I suppose. I already have Aurus in it anyways. Sure, there are more, probably more BQ lists, right? I've also got to reopen this one because we didn't get all of these decks here. Alright, what else am I missing from BQ? Potentially some pump in the form of Ferocious Roar, Lycian Shard. Let's play a split of all of that. And we can put in one more 2 of. Could put in Nephrax, we could put in Grimgaunt Devourer. Oh. That's the dude. It's like pretty much all we want. I'm trying to think if there was anything else that was good in this deck. I'd also try to make it a little bit different from this version of the deck. So Shardbound Invoker came out before Bramblewood Tracker. That's interesting. Zithian Direhound was good, but you didn't play it after Tracker came out. Yeah, these decks are a little bit more traditional for sure. Alright, let's see if Brood Queen was taking over the next tournaments we have here. No, these are even older. Cool. Yetis and zombies. Alright, here we go. Here's a BQ tracker. Oh, we could put in a Howl. Everybody loves a Howl, right? Oh, Scythe. Right, Scythe was a good one. Oh, and this one does have Soothsayer. Okay, so let's put in some Soothsayers. Let's put in some Scythes. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I actually just love this list. What am I playing in my list that isn't in this one? Oh, the Lifeblood Dryads. Does this have Ferocious Roar in it? No, it just has Scythe instead of Ferocious Roar. Alright, I'm actually gonna copy Ipone4's list. It's right for, or it won for a reason. This list is pretty good here. So we're gonna go down to a single Aetherphage. The Thundersoar's trackers are good. We're gonna cut the Lotus, keep the Oros, cut the Dryads completely. He actually trims one Patriarch, which is interesting. He is playing the full 4 Siphons. No Roars, no Shards, I don't believe. Oh no, that's a lie. He's playing all the Shards. So his deck's a little bit more aggressive, potentially. It's got a few more spells than normal. Tangle. Some Soothsayers. And I think part of his idea here is that Soothsayer could get these spells at the time. And then obviously the next list that I want to make is the most busted one, once you put Duskmaw into the deck. I feel like we should show off Duskmaw and at least talk about it, even though it is no longer any good. Alright, so back to... which list was I looking at? This one. iPhone 4. He's got a Howl, 2 Scythes, and a Soul Reap. So one of these cards I'm playing too many of, also. Oh, there's another card above my Aetherphage? No, that's a Brood Queen. Why would Patriarch? Alright, so Howl's in the deck. Scythe is in the deck, but also there's one Soul Reap in the deck. And what does he cut for that? He doesn't cut Oros or Shard. Shard bound. Wirewood Patriarch. Alright, 3 Disseum Brood Queen, yes. 1 Aetherphage, yes. 3 Bramblewood Tracker, yes. 3 Thundersword, yep. 1 Howl, 3 Oros, 2 Soothsayer, 2 Patriarch, 2 Siphons, a Tangle, 3 Shards, 3 Invokers, 2 Scythe. Alright, so all of these cards are in the deck. This deck is 31 cards somehow. There's just a 31 card deck listed on the website. There must be, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 7, 9, 12, so that's 22, 22, plus 4, plus 5, yeah, okay. So this is just a 31 card deck listed on the website. We'll have to contact Ipone4 to see how to actually change his deck around. I'm just going to go ahead and cut a Lycian Shard here. It seems like the least needed card in this deck, but we'll go for that. Traditional BQ, BQ track 'em. Stasis Ward. We're taking the dates out. We're just going to play through all of them. And maybe we'll play through the deck and then we'll delete it. We'll just be like, alright, here's a game of this deck. See ya. Goodbye forever. Alrighty. Maybe we'll number them and I'll go back in history. The decks will get more and more nostalgic as we go through, culminating in the servers being shut down forever. That sounds like a good idea. Just do like a 12-hour stream or something on Tuesday. And just play every deck throughout Solforge history. That sounds good to me. Alright, so it's gonna be AT control. We don't want to auto-complete it. We want to add cards to it. I think this might be the easiest way for me to complete these decks here. Not the fanciest, but at least we know it's working. We're not messing with anything crazy here. Or not to say that there's anything wrong with the ladder, but more that it's wrong with me. I can't follow directions. Which one's the alternate art? This one's the alternate art, right? I think this one's the alternate art. We'll play with this. Show it off. Though at the same time, I don't know, alternate arts are tricky. I kind of want to play with both. And that way at least we can show off both. It'll also be funny to be like, oh, well, I leveled the wrong one. So what is this? It's like a... Did this have a better name for it when it was out? It was like... Was it called like Flame Break and Gox or something like that? Sounds like a reasonable name for it. Gox Flame Break Control, even though it's not super super fancy of a name there. What else do I want to do? Sure. Okay, in traditional BQ, we'll play traditional Wirewood Patriarch, and then in BQ Track'em, we'll play the alternate art Patriarch. That sounds like a good deal. Alright, Tarsus Pact. Spite Mage. Some dogs. I guess we've already used this dog, right? So let's throw this dog in this deck. Pretty sure traditional BQ has normal dogs in it. Yeah, okay. Those are like my only alternate arts, I think, are dogs, patriarchs, Scorchmane, and a Wirewood Patriarch. Nether Shrieks. I only have 3 Nether Shrieks. That's weird. The other thing that I want to do on my very last Solforge stream, makes sense to do, is hit the button. Hit the, whatchamacallit button. Another Doom Rider. Even though it's no bueno. This tournament had some pretty sweet deck lists in it, I think. And Cinderbound Barbarian. Alright. Tarsus Pact sounds good. The deck doesn't really work anymore since they made everything into a forge and they nerfed Tarsus. But it still mostly works. You can still get a bunch of Nether Shrieks and Spite Mages and use Tarsus along with that. Does Allied Necrium only work when the card comes from your hand? It does, right? Yeah, so you can't even... This is a forge ability too. And it has to work like that, I get it. Alright, Gox Flameblade. Break control. Alright, I think that's everything that we want from this tournament. Let's just scroll down. Another BQ, another BQ, another BQ, another Gox Flame Break. This is interesting. It's a Bin Ben deck with GGP. I would love to showcase a GGP deck, but I think we are going to be able to showcase a GGP deck at some point here. This deck was a little bit... No, same deck. Same deck. Gox and Flame Break. Alrighty. Let's move on to the next one here. Gargoyle and Sentinel. This is from 2014. They nerfed all the Yetis too, right? Ice Mage is nerfed. Oh, that's so bad. Blarg. Okay, well, I still want to show off the Yetis. Yeah, this is just a weird tournament because the deck that won is just, like, not exciting at all. It's Crypt Conjurer, and then just, like, spells, but I don't know. I don't think I'm going to make any Crypt Conjurer decks. I don't think that this card has been nerfed. Oh, maybe it has. I'm not sure if it triggered off Necrium spells before, or just spells. I definitely want a robot deck, but I don't think I want this one. I think I just want to grab a deck that has the card that lets you play a robot for free, and just put one of those decks in it, and we'll get Aegis Knight decks anyways, though Gargoyle Sentinel Aegis Knight was a sweet combo. I think we're going to skip out on it. This is probably the Yeti deck that we want. This is like pretty classic Yetis. Yeah, it's got the 3 bolts. Yeah, this is classic Yetis. Alright, let's grab this Yeti deck then. And we want Warlord, which is still as strong as ever. Aetor Bots is good, but there was a Bots deck that was just Bots with Thundersoar and Wirewood Patriarch just in like the early days. Like, not super early, but it was like one of the first best decks. It could still get answered a little bit by... No, it couldn't really. It was really strong, and I wanna showcase that deck. I think it was just the best deck when it was out. I don't think it got nerfed or anything either, which is the weird part, but... Aetor Bots is sweet. I do like that as well, but I don't... I guess I've got one Rageborn Hellion I can show that off as well. This is just a recolor though, right? Yeah, that's fine. What is this deck missing? It is missing probably 3 Ferocious Roar. Did I add that in yet? No, I didn't. Okay. Alright. This is classic Yetis. This is Yetis just as we know it. What else is from that? Yeah, like you scroll down, the next list is pretty much the exact same. Excuse me. I don't think Rageborn Hellion was actually stock, and maybe we cut a Rageborn Hellion for some Warbringer Urantes. I don't want to cut a Thundersoar because Thundersoar was actually clutch in the deck. What else does this version cut? Does it cut the Phoenix? Yeah, we could do that. We could just go... cut 1 Phoenix, 1 Rageborn Hellion, and put in another Yeti, because this guy was a reasonable part of the deck. And we'll want to have him get represented in the deck as well, I think. Alright, what else do we have? Do we have a GGP deck? Looks like we finally have one of those. This is classic. This is classic GGP deck right here. We also have a zombies deck. Ooh. Oh yeah, this was how zombies used to work. It was Darkshaper Savant was a zombie. And then Botanimate? Really? Guess this is an even more traditional Tarsus pack deck. Okay, and this is... Right, this is the deck that I was talking about. Wait, does this not have the free guy? Oh, it doesn't. Why did everybody stop playing that one guy all of a sudden? Did it just become too slow? That's interesting. I'm sure we can find some robots decks, but maybe let's copy this deck here from Turkus. And then also this Grimgaunt Predator deck and this Zombies deck. old school zombs. And what zombie are even good? So Zimus is listed as a zombie. Zrath's Will. Zrath himself. Dark Shaper. Corpulent Shambler just as a solid card. GGP makes an appearance. Ebon Skull Knight makes an appearance. Vyrix Embrace. None of these other cards were out yet. Epidemic Group Meal. Botanimate. Alright, rest of the cards aren't zombies. So it's only playing 2 Grimgaunt Predator. It's playing 3 Oros just because Oros is busted. And only 1 Ebon Skull Knight. The Tanimate was the removal spell of choice back then. And Vyrix Embrace was the spot removal spell of choice. We'll play only 3 Dark Shaper Savants, because that's all we can play. And then I'm not gonna make... There is another Tarsus Pack deck here. I think the Tarsus Pack deck is a lot sweeter once it got Nether Shriek. But I think we might also want just a... What's up, Peon? We actually just copied a deck from you into the client here. So, Peon, what would you change about this deck that you got? Let's see, how did you do? You got second place. Right? Or did you win? No, you won. Right. What would you change about this winning deck from the Golden Gauntlet tournament? Here's your winner's interview now. That's funny. It's funny that you had good timing to just show up right now. Yeah, if you won, then it's definitely worth throwing your deck in here. You beat Yetis in the finals, as I'm sure you remember. Yeah, I want to keep this deck as is. If you want to say anything though about this deck, I don't know if you saw on Reddit. What I'm going to try to do is just like a kind of legacy kind of video coverage of a bunch of decks throughout the history of Solforge, but. Any comments like, yeah, it was metagamed against Yetis, that makes a lot of sense. With the Zrath's Will. Zrath's Will's always been like, or it's not always been, but it's like the card that was out there to kind of be the Yeti Crusher. The Oros is interesting, but I guess it was just, like, even back then it was just a... power level wise, like it was just a good card to be able to have access to, and you level like Oros and Botanimate, so it doesn't matter that they don't trigger your Dark Shaper. But no, all in all, seems like a pretty sweet one, and you won, like you said, so can't complain too much. Is Zrath's Will the reason that people also stopped playing Arcflight Squadron? I know this card doesn't get Zrath's Will now. Yeah, Varric's Embrace seems not super strong, but I don't know what else you had access to back then. Varric's Embrace might have just been the best level 1 spell, right? It's not like we had Dire Hound or... I don't even know what it would have to be. Maybe Bitterfrost Totem or something. The Bitterfrost Totem... Yeah, Bitterfrost is better. It lets you have a good life gain theme in case you... Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, why was nobody playing Arcflight Squadron? Oh, Flamelance? Oh, is that what you were saying Flamelance was for? So that's what you would change? You'd maybe add in another Grimgaunt Predator and trim down a Varric's Embrace or an Oros? He's pretty good, and he does also trigger your Darkshaper Savants if he's underleveled or something, though. Oros is a much better underdrop than GGP now. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you were saying Arcflight Squadron wasn't seeing play because of the Grimgaunt Predator decks. I guess Grimgaunt came up more. Yeah, Predator is good with group meal. Well, we will just leave your winning list as is. We won't mess around with it if it ain't broke, right? Don't fix it. We got Yetis from the tournament. I'm not sure if I want to just grab a traditional... Yeah, I can take this list right here. Oops. Yeah, this one. Oh, no, this is Tarsus Pact. That's not what I was looking for. This one, which is just a traditional Grimoval deck. It's got the Spite Mages in it. It's nothing too crazy, but we definitely want at least one Grimoval deck. I'm going to copy this one over. We might wind up not playing this deck in favor of, like, an even more old-school Grimoval deck if we can find it. But for right now, this is the most in terms of just classic. Some classic action here. I think there's only 2 Ebon Skull Knights. Yes, there were. Scorchmane. We'll do an alt art in this one. Only... Oh yeah, 2 Dreadbolts. And then Zimis and Phoenix. And I'm missing one more card. Did I add Spite Mage to it already? I did. Oh, Flame Lance. There might be... I definitely want to have a Flame Shaper Savant deck in the queue as well. But I don't think we're going to get that out of this tournament. Let's continue to dive into the other stuff that we have here. Oh, we copied this first list, this Bramblewood tracker list. It's weird how they do it here, because the first list isn't also just the list that won, right? Oh no, okay, so this was the list that won. And I'll just assume that these lists are like mostly in order, because otherwise they're in a random order, which might also be the case. But this deck... Weird, I don't really remember this deck. I guess, is this the Ator bots that you were talking about, Spleen? I don't remember Ator being played alongside Relic Hunter. I mean, I guess it was. I guess I was wrong. But yeah, we definitely want some kind of Rage of Kadros deck. That's what I'm getting at here. We definitely also want a Relic Hunter deck, though that's not going to be hard, because the most recent deck that will definitely be featuring is a Relic Hunter deck as well. Weird. There was a lot of interesting stuff going on in this tournament. Okay, here is the Stasis Warden deck that actually got played. Every card in this deck has been changed now, but it's still good. Let me compare this to the current Stasis Warden deck that we have. But I know RG was playing Stasis Warden a lot back then. So I do trust his list. Okay, so this list is like a more updated one. Obviously not super updated, because once Stasis Warden got nerfed, it was irrelevant. Battlebrand is such a sweet card. That's a really sweet one. This deck has unowned cards in it as well. That's funny. Guess I probably don't own Lucid Echoes or Valifrax. I'm also not totally sure how I feel about this deck. Like, how I feel about this list in particular. It has Energy Surge still. So it's just not playing Glacius. But Glacius has been changed so much. It's going to be really hard to showcase a deck where every card has been changed so much. But I guess let's just throw in some more cards that have been changed a lot and add in some Glacius here. Just to make it even harder to follow. What else do we want to take out? Oh, Ambriel's Edict. Right. Ambriel's Edict wasn't even in the original Stasis Warden decks because it wasn't out at the time. Well, that card's insane. Yeah, I guess Ambriel's Edict gives you enough time to just be able to play dumb stuff like Lucid Echoes. I'll just throw in one Glacius here then. That's fine. What else do we have out of this tournament? We've got a pretty traditional BQ deck. We've got a mostly a Loyan deck. No Ator, but Borean Windweaver and Battlebrand. That might not be enough for Aurotech explosives. Well, I guess it's Jocked. I guess he knows what he's doing. He's got Frostmane Dragon as well. You know what? I think we're gonna... I would like to showcase Aegis Knight and Brightsteel Sentinel together. But I'm just not sure that this is the place for it. Mono Red. I think I might use this deck as an example. This deck was pretty sweet. Was this the best? Did this wind up becoming the best version? It did, didn't it? Didn't people play Ashurian Flame Sculptor? I feel like they did. Obviously, Frostmane Dragon is the main combo. Turkus from the first Golden Gauntlet. Can you provide a link to that, Peon? If possible. I feel like this deck wound up having some success. Just Master of Elements, Flame Sculptor, and Rage of Kadris. This one's crazy. The Decurion. I've never seen this before. Ator, Relic Hunter. Maybe I have. I don't know. I really don't remember that one. I'm pretty sure people played it with Flame Sculptor. I remember playing Master of Elements into Rage myself. Maybe this was the build. One Flame Break Invoker, and then just Borean Frostmane, and Nether Shriek's in there as well. Nether Shriek was a sweet card. Relic Hunter's also a super powerful card, but... And it's cool to have the Everflame, Ator kind of combo going on. Oh, here's a Turkus deck. Same kind of thing. No, this is just like AT. This is AT Flex, I guess. Alright, so there are two people playing Ashurian Flame Sculptor, so Ashurian Flame Sculptor seems right. It's just a matter of, do you play Flame Break Invoker or Nether Shriek? I guess if we look at these lists between Jabor and Jocked. He's not playing Master of Elements. He's playing Stormforged Avatar. Let's see if there's another one. Split the difference. Flame Sculptor. I don't think Aurotech Explosives is that bad either. But I don't love the Relic Hunter in it. Alright, so in the chat here, 3 Aegis Knight, 3 Bright Steel Gargoyle, 3 Sentinel, 3 Patriarch, 2 Thundersoar. Okay, you like that one? Okay. We can put that one together. I just figured that I wouldn't grab this one right here because I would play a deck that had Arcflight Squadron in it. I could just put Arcflight Squadron into this deck, though. Especially since Jetpack doesn't remove Defender anymore. What else do you need for an Arcflight Squadron? Deck's got Matrix Warden, Nexus Techs. Robots. I'm going to put in squadrons because maybe there's a way to fit them in here. Probably don't need all those Matrix Wardens. Like maybe we only play 1 Gemhide Basher just to kind of acknowledge that it existed, but not because it's like super powerful. There's only 1 Nexus Tech. How many robots do you need in order to make Arcflight Squadron worth it? Is Gargoyles, Sentinels, and Matrix Wardens enough? Probably not. Missing a 2 of something else, I think. A Warmonger mod. Oh, I actually put in all these numbers wrong, right? Yeah, okay, I did. Alright, it's 3 Patriarch, 3 Thundersoar, 2 Blockades, 2 Matrix Wardens. Alright, maybe that's enough. Oh, it's 2 Jetpacks as well. Oh, it's 3 Roars and 1 Justicar. I messed up all of these numbers. How many Matrix Wardens are there actually? 2 Gemhide Bashers. 2 Nexus Tech. Alright, yeah, I can put in another Nexus Tech. Okay. It's like armor bots more. So the idea with all of these decks is to just Like, play a game or two with them, talk about the deck, talk about Solforge. I am probably getting there. Spleen. Let me see. You said you posted it on the thread, right? Did you say, Spleen, that you posted it on the Reddit thread? Because I don't see it, actually. Or you can just post it here. But I don't really know of any good decks that have used Hermes. You may have posted it on the other thread. There was one thread that was like, what are like the coolest decks? There was one thread on Reddit that's like, what are the coolest decks in Solforge history? Or the most fun decks? Funnest Solforge decks of all time. Which is cool. But I'm not as interested in the most fun decks. I'm interested in talking about, oh yeah, okay, I see where you posted it. You posted it in the other thread. So I'm not really looking for the most fun decks. While that could also be fun, I want to showcase the best decks and talk about the metagames and the history of Solforge. The fun stuff will... I mean, maybe I could do some fun stuff on Monday. But yeah, I mostly want to focus on just the best decks. And what we can do, though, is people can play fun decks against me, if that makes sense. So people can play whatever they want against me. I'm either going to jump in the ranked queues, or I'm just going to be accepting challenges all day. But yeah, the key part of it will be to play with decks kind of more or less as they existed, which will be weird. But maybe, like, what would also be kind of cool is I'm like, alright, I'm going to play Classic Yeti. Somebody hit me up with a classic deck, and then somebody will just play zombies against me and crush me, or something. But yeah, maybe we could get something like that going on, or we'll just see how the old stuff kind of just stacks up against the field. But want to make sure we're at least showcasing all of the crazy cards that have gotten things nerfed. You know what? I would really love to send... Yeah, speaking of getting things nerfed, I'm going to send some emails tonight. I doubt I can make anything happen, but I would love to also be able to include Leafkin in this. Obviously, the card's a mess. But maybe we can ask them if they can just put Leafkins on my account. Would that be a crazy ask, you think? Hey guys, could I just get Leafkin put on only my account, please? I promise I won't abuse it. I just wanna showcase it off in one video. Yeah, I don't know who the hell I would have to talk to get that to happen. But that would be sweet as well, because that was a sweet card. Or not a sweet card, but that's probably the wrong way to put it, but it was powerful at the very least. Alrighty. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's only 4 days left for the game to actually be out. If it wouldn't... The problem with just turning it back on... You know what they could do is just turn it back on and not tell anybody? Because it would kind of be awkward, like, if I just want to show all these decks off, and then I go in the queues, though I don't even think that's going to happen. I think that we're going to be able to get enough support for it that, like, I might just be able to just take friend challenges for the last day. Like, just challenge against people that are going in the stream. Oh, you know what? That would be crazy. I'll just send them an email and just say, hey, while you're at it, turn on, like, Kitfinity, remove the, remove the overload from Energy Surge, and revert back, Stasis Warden as well. That sounds like a lot of work for them, though. Yeah, what I would just love would be the opportunity just to show off the combo and have it saved in some kind of video format so that everybody can see it. That's all I'm asking for here. Oh, this was called... Armor Bots was called Night Bots. Night Bots. Cool. Alrighty, we are amassing a little collection of sweet decks here. I like it. December World Championship Qualifier deck lists and results. Picador won it with a list that we pretty much already have. He won it with, yeah, pretty much this exact list. He just wasn't playing Soothsayers. He didn't play the Singleton Tangle either, but it's about the same. He also wasn't running Soul Reap. Lightning Spark, Flame Break Invoker. Yeah, here's the Flame Sculptor deck that I think we won. Yeah, just 3 Flame Break Invokers, 3 Master of Elements, and then maybe Auratech Explosives. It's tough to see if Auratech Explosives is actually supposed to be in the deck or not. I'll show you what I'm looking at here. Jabor is running this deck, but looks like Jabor, yeah, he cut the avatars from it. Looks like the only difference between these two lists are Auratech Explosives, and then I guess Nelanthi's also running Everflame Phoenix and cut down to 2 Windweavers. I think we can kind of hedge the difference, just put some Auratech Explosives in this, in Jabor's list. Rage! That's what the deck was. It was a Rage deck. Let's get some Rages in there. Oh, not those ones. Put in 3 Master of Elements for now. We might cut those, but... what else is in the deck? Burnout is obviously in the deck. And we are going to put Invokers in it. Throw in some lightning. There's Ritual of the Elements. See, I never even played the deck. That's how you know I'm not scum. I only have 1 Ritual of the Elements. I also just never really played that much Constructed. And then between Phoenix, Auratech Explosives, might be missing One big card. Do I put Master in already? I did. Oh, we are missing one big card. The biggest of them all, Frostmane Dragon. That card is pretty important to the deck. So it looks like we could cut like a Lightning Spark and a Master of Elements maybe, and put in 2 Aurotech Explosives. I would kind of like to put in a third one. I think Aurotech Explosives was pretty decent in the deck. We can't cut Phoenix because we're already not playing it. We could cut another Master. Can't really cut another Lightning Spark or a Flame Lance, I don't think. Maybe we'll just go along with this. Just 2 Aurotech Explosives. It's fine. If not, everybody played it, but I think everybody did play it. Let's look at the next list. Next list has Iztech in it instead of either of them. So I guess that last spot is just a flex spot. You can play Aurotech Explosives, you can play Master of Elements, or you can play Nether Shriek. Looks like they all play... Oh, I also see an Invilian Arbiter in one of these lists. That's pretty cool, too. You definitely want to play, yeah, Flamebreak Invoker, yeah. We could cut another Lightning Spark for another Explosives. Could also cut Master of Elements. What other cards are there? Alright, I don't know if this is crazy. Oh, we're already here. But what if we put in, what was the one card that somebody put in? The Soulbind card. Iztech, right? Is that his name? Yeah, what if we threw one of those in there? I don't know if I love it. But this guy is consistent. Just one of them can't be that bad, though, right? Does it have Bramble trackers on them? Yes, they do. Yeah. All right, let's just make the deck consistent because that's why it was good, right? Take Iztech out. So I want to take a look at BQ Tracker. And I'm going to cut the... I want to cut some of the spells from this deck, I think. But I don't think it's too crazy now that I'm looking at some more BQ Tracker lists here. Deck already has Dissian Siphon and Dissian Brood Queen. The main thing that I would like to see, because this deck does fill the lanes a lot, Soul Reap is kind of cool for the mirror. Maybe we will show that off. It's also not crazy to just play like a bunch of one-ofs in this deck just to be able to talk about more cards. And I want to throw in a Dryad. So, that's probably fine. Alright, I'm comfortable with all those decks. Though I think we're going to get some more BQ decks here. We are. Oh, gosh. There's so much BQ everywhere. Wait, is this even older? Yeah, this is even older BQ. The August World Championship qualifiers. Scatterspore Eidolon BQ with Tarsus Deathweaver and Stygia Lotus. I remember this. Still the Doom Riders. And then, oh yeah, Nether Shriek was played in BQ for a little bit. I remember that too. At the same time, I think we've got this covered. This is all still classic BQ. It is crazy how much of this tournament is BQ, though. It is all of it. It is the entire tournament, various varieties of BQ. So what am I seeing here? I'm seeing Ridgeback, I'm seeing Tarsus, and I'm seeing traditional BQ. Nephrax. We have Eidolon, we just don't have Tarsus, and we don't have Ridgeback. That's fine. We'll get Ridgeback in when we look at some dinosaur decks. So I'm not super upset that we don't have any Ridgeback. You know, there was one other thing that I was hoping to do. Zwaxor just had his last stream the other day. I'm gonna keep it going strong. You know what? Should I play some Solforge? Is anybody down to see me play some Solforge right now? I think I could go for that. We've just been looking at this screen all day. Let's do it. Takes about 2 hours to do a draft. I think I'm just gonna do a normal draft. 4-faction constructed is kind of sweet. High rarity draft is kind of sweet. We can look at it, see what we'd get. Does this interest us any? Not really. I don't really care that much about this. Let's let's play the game. Let's just do a normal draft here. Enter with some tickets. I'm sure the high rarity draft was going to be fun too, but let's make some stuff happen over here. Stygian Lotus is pretty powerful. Relentless Wanderers can be okay. I'm not sure if Ruthless Wanderers is in the draft pool as well. Nixium Phantasm is a strong one. Not sure if I've gotten to stream in a Nixium draft, actually. I'm sure I have. I think it's between these two cards here. Relentless Wanderers can be pretty strong, and it's interesting, but a Nixium Phantasm is just the strongest card by itself. So we'll try this out, and then we just want to lock in Aloyan as soon as possible, just to make sure this Phantasm's going to work. We could take a Gloom Reaper Witch here. Metadata Redactor is not super strong. To be honest, we're probably not even going to play it. It does negate Defender from our creature, but the main reason that we're playing it is just to trigger the Phantasm, lock us in to a Nixium. Then I'm going to take a dog here. Aegis Conscripts and Blightwalker are both fine, but a little dog will do you. And that's a pretty sweet one. We could take a Nexus Pilot, Aegis Conscripts, or Zombie Infantry. Actually, all these cards are fine. I think I want Aegis Conscripts, though. There's a lot of cool stuff that you can do in a Nixium where you start giving armor to your creatures with Regenerate, and then they're just, like, unkillable. So that's always sweet. We could give some Regenerate to our creatures with armor as well, but I don't think I want to go there. Just take a Tower Scout. We could take Graveborn Glutton for the damage push. Palladium Pulse Mage, which I do think works well in this faction combination as well. Or Scourge Knights. All pretty powerful cards. Palladium Pulse Mage is probably the best with the buff to its level 2. Obviously, they nerfed its level 3 in part of toning down the disparity between levels. Level 2 used to be worse, level 3 used to be a lot better. But level 2 used to be a lot worse, I believe. I think level 2 was like a... Must have been like a... Because this was an 821, I think. So if this was an 821, this must have been a 610 or something. I'll take Pulse Mage. When in doubt, it helps to trigger our Onyxium. Ironbound reinforcements. Yeah, Glutton is really good, but Pulse Mage and Phantasm just work so well together for the trigger and for everything else. Yeah, it is a good underdrop as well. It's a good point. I could definitely see taking the Glutton there. Direhound is really, really strong. You can never have enough Direhounds. Though Ironbounds are also insane. On level 1, this is an 8-6 and this is an 8-8. So I guess it's fine to take Ironbound reinforcements here. Skipping out on a dog is a little awkward, but I think we get rewarded for it here. You know, the other thing is Matrix Warden and Ironbound reinforcements with Onyxium Phantasm. It's like also kind of insane. Though dog is gotta just be great here. I think you just want all the puppers. All the puppers that you can get your hands on. I'll take a Nexus Overwatch here. Next pick. Then we can take a Dreadbolt as a hard-gated removal spell. Still seems fine. It'll deal with any pesky creatures our opponent tries to run away the game with. Another dog. Wow. I would love to take a Splunker, but dog just seems too good. Just keep running out the dogs. We can take a Sypian Augmentation or a Technome. Both work well with Nexus Overwatch. I think I'm going to go for the free card, though. And Ordnance Captain feels like a great pickup. It rewards us for not grabbing that Matrix Warden earlier as well. Take one of those guys. What does Jetpack do? +3 attack and mobility 1. Jetpack is fine. But Metamind Operator, like, is pretty good with Ordnance Captain. We're really just building a deck that can make a lot happen out of that. Though Jetpack's also pretty good with Onyxium Phantasm too. It's good damage push as well. Let's grab a Jetpack. Let's grab a pack. A lot of good cards in this pack. Ionic War Charger's insane. Nexus Overwatch is really good. But Ironbound Reinforcements has just got to be the way to go. This card is way too good. Way too good for its own good. Batterbot's good even though we don't yet have any Steelskin Spelunkers. Orion Justicar is pretty gravy, baby, and will help us be a hate card. It's also synergistic. It gives some cards minus attack. You know what we actually want? I forgot is actually good in this faction combination is the Rot Wanderers and the things that kill things with low attack. But we'll just take a Justicar. Card is really solid on every player level as well as being a hate card. Howl of Zith is cute. Varric's Embrace could work well with the Phantasm and the Palladium Pulse Mage, but we have infinite dogs. I'm just going to take a good underdrop / priority level creature here. And just another dog. That's insane. Bitterfrost Totem is pretty good, but bring on the dogs, man. Give me all the dogs you got. Forge, you can discard and level up a card. I'm just going to take a Crypt Slime. It's not too crazy. I could see if like we were hurting for Luan cards to actually grab Steel Spark Tinkerer. to just give us more Aloyan cards for our allied Aloyan on Onyxium Phantasm. However, here, just a Crypt Slime is fine. We take War Tinkerer, Dirg Banshee, Meta Transfer, or Steelskin Spelunker. And I think I'm going to pick up my first Spelunker here. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I spelunk. Pummel Pack. If it's your only friendly creature, gets an additional +2 attack and +2 armor. Only friendly creature can be a little hard to work with, but I think Pummel Pack is still good here. Then we can take a Nexus Pilot or another Sypian Aug. I'm going to go for another Sypian Aug. Oh wait, Gloom Reaper Witch. We might want this, right? Feel like we might. Gloom Reaper is really good alongside these two cards, and they're already our priority levels. Sure. I haven't actually... I don't know if I've done this before, but it seems strong. Don't want Corpse Crawler. Don't want Spirit Forge Sentinel. Don't want Howl of Zith. What do I do? Well, I'm either going to take Howl of Zith, and maybe it comes up 1 in every 300 times, or I'm going to take Spirit Forge Sentinel and be unhappy about it. Let's take a Howl of Zith, and then let's take a Justicar. Okay, Abyssal Maul. I don't think that this is an Abyssal Maul deck. Pummel Pack is powerful, as is Technosmith. Yeah, Gloom Reaper I think is good. It's just, I forget what we took this over. We took this over another card that was also pretty good, right? A Sypian Augmentation. Sypian Aug is good as well. Technosmith is reasonable. We've got 2 main cards that we want to level in Dreadbolt and Sypian Aug here. But we also have a lot of underdrops in this deck. The fact that we have so many underdrops means that I might want to not even take a Pummel Pack here. I think we just already have enough spells. We might even just be hurting for creatures that we'd want to take Technosmith or even Blightskull. But Technosmith, I think, is the pick here. Surprisingly, we actually do have a lot of Abominations. We've got 4 A-Bombs that we can then combo into Abyssal Maul with, but it's not that many Abominations. And I agree with Hergrata. I am going to Smith up here. Well, do we have a Nexus Pilot already? I thought we did. Looks like we don't have a Nexus Pilot. This card is so good in just making sure that you have a board presence in the early game, but Pummel Pack is also, like, it can't be understated how powerful this card is. And if you Pummel Pack in Onyxium Phantasm, that game's over. I'm going to take a Pummel Pack here. And we're kind of rewarded. We get a Nexus Pilot, but also we can just grab a Steelskin Spelunker now. Bitterfrost Totem is not bad, but we've got 4 dogs. I think I want Steelskin Spelunker. We still have 2 more picks. We're probably not going to get another center lane card, but Steelskin Spelunker is a fine center lane card, because it means now I can just center lane my Phantasm. Well, Forge Plate Sentry is really good. Tower Vanguard is mediocre with the Steelskin Spelunkers that we have. But I think we just went Forge Plate Sentry. It's going to go well with our Technosmith and our Nexus Overwatch as well. Grave Pact is good, but we've got some ways to deal with creatures that get out of hand. We've got a Gloom Reaper, which is a little bit loose, but also a Dreadbolt that we can kill some stuff with. So let's take that. I'm very happy to grab a last pick Matrix Warden as well. And let's queue into it. Let's get 7 wins, baby. Again, if you are watching me right now, you are welcome to queue up against me. I wouldn't mind if you hit the mute button just while we are in a game against each other, but Not sure, because the servers are going offline, how easy it'll be to find an opponent here. So you guys are welcome to queue up against me, assuming you have a draft deck yourself that you are ready to play with. And I guess while we're in the queues, will this pop up if I'm in, like, the collection? Oh, cool, it will. Weber Doll. Never seen this name before. Maybe it's a new player. Sorry, new player. You came in an awkward time, friend. Is the one other awkward thing that we might have to contend with is people that show up and then decide that they don't want to play. What I'm going to do is give Tower Scout some armor. Planning on moving it in front of the Scrapforge Titan, but we won't commit to that just yet. We get a Pummel Pack here that we're not able to do anything with. Light Skull's a good level, Justicar's a good level, Spelunker's a good level, so I'm not too upset here. And putting a mobility creature in the center lane and giving it armor is perfect, because that still leaves us the opportunity to give one of these other creatures armor here. Well, now we can battle and then Pummel Pack and then Spelunk, which is pretty good. Our opponent, however, is in Necreum, so we might want to think about that play for a second. Alright, I've thought about it, and I'm going to do it. Then we're going to get our positive battle on over here. And what can our opponent do? This is a fine place to keep our guy. We've got an effective 9/11 right here. We can jetpack him. We can Sypian Augmentation. We're probably going to play one of those two cards, because I'm not howling for 4 or 3. I'm not playing an Ironbound Reinforcements. I am going to play a dog, though. So we just eat a Nexus Overwatch because we've got 6 armor. Yum, 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 yum. Just straight up eat it. And yeah, we'll dog the Technosmith in the first lane. My opponent has leveled a lot of cards, but they've got a big monster they've got to deal with here. And this is just going to be a Sypian Aug. I could have also just jetpacked. Maybe this guy didn't need more defense. No, 13 defense is a lot. And looks like we got 2 level up cards right before we rank up. So that's pretty lucky. We'll get to level up our Matrix Warden and Ordnance Captain and play a Nexus Overwatch. This guy kind of protects us against opposing Overwatches. That's a good scout drone for my opponent. Let's see what my opponent has leveled. My opponent has leveled a Circe's Call. Okay. And a Lyria. Okay. And a Gloom Reaper Witch. Alright. So, some reasonable cards for my opponent. Well, see, now I can also Ordnance Captain, and that would be good. I could also Matrix Warden. Should I just be, like, going as crazy all in on this Tower Scout as I can manage to do? I don't think so. I think I should level some cards. However, I can level some cards and still play, like, Technosmith. I think I go Technosmith, level Nexus Overwatch. Yeah. And then play an Ordnance Captain. Smack my opponent for 13. I think that's a good hedge. And I'll keep my guy center lane. Show me Splunkers. Alright, no Splunkers. Did get a Jetpack, a Tower Scout, and an Ordnance Captain, so we're probably just going to be able to Scout and Captain up. It's a pretty aggressive line of plays, but it shows the power of a pummel pack here. And we're going to be able to positive battle this Technosmith, as well as hitting our opponent for, I don't know, about 1 billion damage here. Opponent drew pretty well on 2.1 there. They leveled their entire hand. However, we are going to get some nice damages in here with an Ordnance Captain, giving our whole team +3 attack. Means we hit them for 24. We positive battle in the center lane. And look at this hand. We get to level up our entire hand and play a Scypian augmentation. Yeah, I don't see them coming back from this one. This was a pretty good showcase. There's the Grave Pact. But is Grave Pact too little too late? And then, right, they need a creature to trade with Lyria. That's also going to get them an open lane Technosmith, which is interesting that shook out the way that it did. You know what? I actually want to play Steelskin Spelunker, right? Yeah, I'm not going to play Nexus Overwatch and replace my Ordnance Captain. So let's play Steelskin Spelunker. Let's just move Tower Scout over. Let's play Technosmith. I'm actually just going to level Aegis Conscripts here because a level 3 Overwatch doesn't do anything. Then I'm going to Scypian Augmentation and smack my opponent for 25 down to 26. So that is a lot of damages. I don't see my opponent getting out of this one. This was a pretty aggressive start here. That's the power of a pummel pack, baby. So Grimgaunt to trade, Fellwalker to block. We'll be able to dog to get it through, and we've got lethal. Let's go pummel pack. He's just going to concede anyways. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't blame him. That was a pretty good showing for this deck here. My opponent leveled a bunch of cards, but if you level a bunch of cards and just die early in rank 2, well, it doesn't really matter. We also drew pretty well still continuing into rank 2. So what do we want to level, Justicar or Spelunker? Let's splunk it up. Well, now we can pummel pack the Spelunker before playing a Phantasm. It's not horrible. We could also just Phantasm and then Technosmith and level the pummel pack. Pummel pack does scale decently well because it doubles, winds up being 4, 6, 12. So a reasonable level progression. The level 3 is just insane. I mean, turn something into a Scrapforge Titan is a pretty strong ability. Another thing we could do if we want to get really crazy is we replace our Onyxium Phantasm with, or the other way around, we replace the Spelunker with Onyxium Phantasm and then pummel pack it. Though that's not that crazy if, say my opponent plays a creature here that is just going to trade with my Spelunker. If they're just going to trade with it, we might let the trade happen and then pummel pack. If they are going to positive battle it, well, then I'll consider pummel packing it or even potentially matrix wardening it, and then we would be probably technosmithing the Phantasm. We'll have to see, though. Have to see what our opponent over here comes up with. Alright, well that's a pretty good one, as is that one. So my opponent's got some pretty nice monsters out here. Four armor's a lot. Don't want to let this Uranti Storm Shaper just kind of wreak havoc. There's no great spots for a Technosmith. Yeah, we used the Witch last turn, didn't we? Yep. We're not used, but lost it. Maybe I should have picked up another Rot Wanderer. There's still a lot of opportunities to make plays here. I feel like I want to... I guess Technosmith lines up well against Storm Shaper. My problem is I don't have that many 6s in the deck. I don't have that many cards that can just deal 6. I've got Matrix Warden. Alright, you know what I think I'm going to do? Technosmith, level Phantasm, and then just Matrix Warden on the Stormweaver. Yeah. Matrix Warden is definitely a little bit fragile here. I do have other ways to kill the Stormweaver. I've got Ordnance Captain, and I've got Dogs in the deck. I also have Dreadbolt. This could be a Dreadbolt game. My opponent has played 2 cards so far that are really good against, or that are really good to Dreadbolt. Some cards that we don't want our opponent to untap with. So we're either going to play or level Dreadbolt. But I could see just going Overwatch, Ordnance Captain. That would give us an 8/7, so that would be pretty powerful. Though at the same time, if we just Dreadbolt this, our opponent's only going to be able to make 1 Lightning Worm out of it. So I like that as well. Hopefully my opponent shows back up and we're both just respecting the game right now and taking the time with our turns. There is obviously the, there's the fear. Oh, my opponent, yeah, no, they didn't show back up. That sucks. So, my opponent took a long time with their first turn, so I thought maybe we'd be okay. But what's awkward sometimes with the current client, that's a shame, because this was looking like it was going to be a good game. My opponent could have just left and stopped caring the second that my clock started going down, which is super unfortunate. I want to play good games against good decks, man. Alright, looks like they came back. That is pretty good. And they're going to ping this. Well, I don't love that. I thought they were just going to be pinging the Spelunker, but no, looks like they've got an answer to the Technosmith with Venom Fang and ping, which that is the risk, of course, of blocking a Uranti Storm Shaper with a creature like that. So now I definitely think we want to Dreadbolt this. It's 50-50 to kill the Spelunker. And then I think I will just Overwatch the Ordnance Captain. My opponent can move over Frostfang Maiden. That's fine. They're probably just going to move over and kill the Spelunker anyways. So let's Dreadbolt this to answer that, and then Overwatch Level Captain. My opponent just has to play a little bit faster now, make sure that they don't take any more unscheduled breaks, or that is going to be the end of the game for them. Alright, yeah. They make that play pretty straightforward, though I also could have seen them just make a play like that. Ooh, Avalanche Guardian. That's interesting. And then a Stonefist Giant as their priority level. Alright, seems like they have done some pretty good stuff here. What can we make happen? Well, I don't want to level Direhound. Justicar seems good because they are in Uterra, right? Justicar or Tower Scout would both work in lane 4. Could also both work... No. Only Justicar or Aegis Conscripts works in lane 1. So the play is either Aegis Conscripts, Justicar, or Justicar, Tower Scout. There could also be an Aegis Conscripts that just trades with Stonefist Giant, but I think I want to put some damage on Frostfang Maiden. Also giving Nexus Overwatch an additional armor means it doesn't just die to Avalanche Guardian. That's a lie. This deals 3 damage when it moves. I wasted a ping there. I thought this only dealt 2 damage when it moves. So my opponent's going to be able to move this over and kill the Overwatch just the same. So that was a bad play. Hopefully my opponent will block my creatures in lanes 1 and 4 here, though. Yeah, I was trying to not have the Avalanche Guardian just straight up positive battle my Nexus Overwatch. Looks like it's going to, though. Small mistake, but even with that small mistake, I didn't quite draw an Ordnance Captain level of draw here, but with Matrix Warden, I can kill off all my opponent's creatures, so we're just going to clear the board here. We're going to put some damage on Matrix Warden, but not that much. And my opponent can move over Guardian to trade with Ironbound Reinforcements, and then we can just pump up our team even more so, regardless of what my opponent decides to try to do. My opponent might move over twice to try to trade over with Matrix Warden, and then attempt to positive battle this Ironbound Reinforcements again. My opponent trying to do any sort of positive battles is going to not work out for them. They don't try to do anything crazy, though. They just try to get a normal battle situation happening here. So I could Pummel Pack. And I don't think I would Pummel Pack now. I think I would battle Ironbound Reinforcements and Pummel Pack it. Could also Zithian Direhound and Pummel Pack it, but that is a much weaker creature. How much damage does this get to deal? This gets to deal 11. This would have 6 plus 4. No, that's not worth it. So I would Pummel Pack the Ordnance Captain in that case. Right, yeah, because this has 12 health. So I could make the Direhound survive. I couldn't make Ironbound Reinforcement survive. I think I like that. Ordnance Captain Pummel Pack? Sure. So we knock off a lot of the damage there. I could have also just dogged. I don't think that Ironbound Reinforcements was a potential play, But I do think Ordnance Captain Dog was a potential play there. And the other thing that I could have done was just played 2 open lane creatures, right? That also would have been a fine play. Alright, looks like we are going to level our Dreadbolt here. Maybe even on a Uranti Stormshaper still. No, but on a Borean Stormweaver. Well, that's not too shabby. To just get a Dreadbolt target. And then I can either block this Stonefist Giant, or I can just open lane a Justicar. How's my stuff looking? Still a lot of cards I didn't draw on this player level. That means we're pretty good odds to draw a card next turn. I would love to block this with a Technosmith or a Steelskin Spelunker. I can also block it with an Aegis Conscripts. Well, that settles it for me then. Let's just play a Justicar. Do I want to keep center lane open? I do. I do not have a leveled Sypian Augmentation. Yeah, we're going to go with the open lane Justicar and the non-center lane it. So here will be Technosmith. Probably, yeah, we'll level one of these two. I'm not sure which. And then open lane and Onyxium Phantasm. Phantasm, I think, works well into the rank up. Yeah, we get to give something -8 attack. I'll take that. So, yeah, I'm just looking at my schedule as well. Got about 3 hours open here, but I do want to eat dinner. I'm probably just going to do this draft and then try to call it at that. Interesting. Interesting Ashurian Mystic. Probably means my opponent didn't have that great of a draw here. But what do I want to do against an Ashurian Mystic? Do I want to block it with Onyxium Phantasm? Well, don't really want to, but I don't know if I have a choice. Oh, this card also has more regenerate than 1. This is definitely a display bug. There's no way the level progression is regen 1, regen 1, regen 4. That just doesn't make any sense. This probably has regen 2. That makes this a little bit more reasonable. It does have regen 2. Alright. There we go. Those will trade. Let's level Spelunker. Just a better card. Crash in for 8. We're pretty much shaking off the Ashurian Mystic damage here. We're trading here. Ooh, another Phantasm. This one that we're going to get to give +5 attack, so we'll have an 11-23. And then an Ordnance Captain. Drawing 2 level 3s on the play on 3.1 is actually pretty lucky. My opponent is going to trade off a Frostfang Maiden and develop a Urantis Stormshaper. So this is going to regen up. Alright, we are going to shrink this. This is going to regen out of range. Onyxium Phantasm. Luckily, we do have 1 Aloyan card here. I got a little scared for a second. And then Ordnance Captain is going to make it so that this would be a positive battle. This is now an insane creature. We've got Dreadbolt for the next play. What a draw is that Dreadbolt. Oh, and the Justicar blanks the Stormshaper. Oh, wow. Not only does it block the Stormshaper, but it locks in the Avalanche Guardian. My opponent has to block here. That's going to die to either Dreadbolt or Matrix Warden. But wow. And then a Wind Primordial for the trade-off in that lane. Well, let's see, because I only have 1 Dreadbolt. So how does this Dreadbolt want to get used? I think this Dreadbolt wants to blow up the Borean Stormweaver. This can clear this. The Dreadbolt can clear this. And then we Matrix Warden our dude in 1. Wow, that was quite a series of draws here. This is going to be a really tough card for my opponent to deal with. And yeah, they're going to... I don't envy their position right now. They're going to have a tough time dealing with this. If they even try to, like, put a big creature against it... Yeah, we can just... Oh, we can't Gloom Reaper this. We're close to being able to Gloom Reaper it, but we cannot quite do it. Alright, so they are going to go with a strategy of... Let's just... Positive battle with a big Borean Stormweaver. Let's hope to get there with that. So that's what my opponent's thinking there. A Pummel Pack isn't that crazy. Neither is a Jetpack, to be honest. A Jetpack to just eat this and regen off the damage does not seem that crazy. A Pummel Pack to give this 3 armor to just also shake off the damage also does not seem that crazy. I'm going to go for the Pummel Pack. And then I'm going to block this with Ironbound Reinforcements, and I'm going to throw the Pump over here to kind of divide up our damage here. But this Onyxium Phantasm should be almost impossible for my opponent to take down. We'll have Zithian Direhound to push through this 6, and we can make it a little bit more. I'm going to positive battle an Avalanche Guardian. My opponent needs like a Frost Shatter Strike. No, they decide to deal some damage to Matrix Warden. They're not going to clear that. They're not going to clear this. We're going to kill their dog, or we're going to kill their Stormweaver with the dog, and we will Pummel Pack and just get in for as much damage as we can, which happens to be 56. 56 damage. That was pretty good. That Justicar shrinking the lightning elemental. I'm not sure if it was actually relevant, but that was pretty sweet. I wasn't expecting the Justicar to be affecting the Tempest cards while playing against a Tempest Utera deck, but pretty sweet nonetheless. A solid 2-0 start, and now you can see why I first picked an Onyxium Phantasm. Though that wasn't really an Onyxium Phantasm game, was it? That was... well, Ordnance Captain did a lot of work, but I also just got lucky. I think I can say that I got pretty lucky that game, and that was like a decent part of why I did so well. Trying to remember what else was a clutch play during that game. Man, this game's so sweet. I don't remember what I took over the Graveborn Glutton now. What did I take over that? Did I take the... Oh yeah, the Phantasm 2 was good, wasn't it? With the minus 8 attack, it saved the just. Oh yeah, it saved the Justicar that then shrunk the Lightning Elemental. Yeah, so that wound up being a pretty good combo. Oh, I took Palladium Pulse Mage, right. We didn't get to see any Palladium Pulse Mage that game. But yeah, oh yeah, you said it at the same time as me, Hagrada. Yeah, that was the pick over Glutton, and we almost got punished for it that game actually, because if we look at this deck, the one thing that it is definitely lacking is creatures with 6 attack. We don't really have many good underdrops, but we're an aggressive deck. It's funny to think of Onyxium Phantasm as an aggressive card. So the ways that we deal with 6 toughness creatures, we've got Zithian Direhound, we've got a Nexus Overwatch that we cannot center lane, we can Dreadbolt, and we can, I guess, Jetpack, but more likely Pummel Pack and our 30th pick, Matrix Warden, that we somehow got. So those are our answers to stuff like that. Again, if you guys are watching, yeah, the Hounds are our main underdrop of choice, for sure. They're great underdrops, but sometimes you don't want an underdrop. You just want a card that can kill Borean Stormweaver on rank 1. So that's actually, like, that's what we have the least amount of. Just cards that we can play to challenge a Borean Stormweaver. I would love to play some more games of Solforge, but you know what I will do in the meantime is we will keep making those decks. What is ORAT? Wait, that's really weird. I titled this deck Rage. Did I do that? Did I rename this deck ORAT? Okay, I need to write something down and remind myself to watch the VOD. Sure, Peon, you want to send me a challenge of a game with an old school deck? You're gonna play with only old cards? It's tricky because I gotta figure out which of these decks aren't nerfed. I guess I'd play with the Flame Break control. That's a pretty sweet one. What do my dragons look like in this deck? Let's cut this and play one more of those. Sure. Sounds good. Unless you would rather play yours and I'll play Turkus's. Though I've played around with Turkus's list. Yeah, if you want to challenge me, I'll play with your own zombies deck. That sounds good to me. Just looking at other deck lists here, so we are going to play Peon's zombie deck against him. And I think none of these cards in either of these decks have been nerfed in any significant way. Well, Oros is a good one, Grimgaunt Predator's a good one, Zrath's Will is kind of a priority level, but Zimis seems like as sweet of a card as any to just run out there. Here we might want to play like Epidemic into Zrath's Will into Darkshaper. Oh yeah, Jetpack was nerfed pretty significantly. Oh, you are playing that deck. I thought maybe you were saying Turkus had a Grimgaunt deck when you said, oh, you were saying GG is in Golden Gauntlet. I thought you were saying GG as in a Grimgaunt deck. Well, Zrath's Will is a pretty excellent answer to Thundersoar, so we definitely want to run that out. What else do we want to play? We could level Botanimate, keep Ebonskull Knight as an underdrop. You know, I don't hate that. Let's level Botanimate, trade it off for Zimis, Zrath's Will, his Thundersoar, and play a free Darkshaper Savant. Yeah, GG stands for a lot of things. Good game, Golden Gauntlet, and obviously Grimgaunt as well. Grimgaunt Predator, Wrath, and Epidemic are the only priority levels among these cards here. Still waiting on our draft game. Appreciate you playing against me here, though, Peon. Alright, so we've got Bright Steel and an Aegis Knight. Could level Epidemic. I don't hate that. Keeps us in a pretty decent spot on the board here, the Epidemic. Does mean he will potentially just move over the Bright Steel. But it does give us growth on Grimgaunt. Right, Gargoyle was buffed. Patriarch has been both buffed and nerfed. Yeah, Oros has been buffed. Zimus has been nerfed. Right? Was he... Spawn is Zimus the Undying. Oh wait, maybe he's back. Oh, is Zimus back to exactly what it was? Maybe he is now. Oh, Gargoyle used to have 1, 2, 3 mobility. I feel like I might just want to answer this Gargoyle right here. Though my opponent could also have Blightsteel Sentinel. Alright, let's just do like this. He is definitely the aggro deck here, and we are definitely the control deck. Yeah, there's been some cards that have been both nerfed and buffed. Like, Gargoyle was just changed, right? He wasn't, because both of those happened at the same time. But something like Patriarch was nerfed once and then buffed at another point in time. Ooh, speak of the devil. There's the Patriarch. Peon's deck actually has a lot of ways to get Zrathed, but we don't really have the means to punish him here. AKA, we drew one Zrath's Will on the first turn, and that is why I mentioned just playing Zrath's Will, because the card is much better when you level it. I'd love to play Epidemic, but that's just going to let him group meal again. I think what I do here is I play my creatures rather than my spells. Zrath does technically trade here. And it does technically trade here. Whether those things will actually happen or not, can't tell you. But... And Zrath's Will can always come back online again, right? Like, sometimes Zrath's Will doesn't work at first. Yeah, still nobody to draft against. If you're watching, quickly make a draft deck, get 2-0, and jump in the queue for me here. You know what I feel like I should do? I should probably go out of the draft queue and then go back in. Because that took a while. And it might have just been bugged or something like that. Alrighty, so he plays a bunch of cards. He does have a Bright Steel Sentinel. I think what I do here is just kill all of his creatures. I mean, what else can I do? I don't have any other plays. Yeah, there's, I didn't really have many other options. I guess what I could have done, there was another play I could have done there, but it was risky in that I could have played 2 level 1 Epidemics, rather than playing Epidemic 2 and Epidemic 1. There's benefits and bad parts to that play. Mainly, it would have left a 0-1, a 0-1, and a 1-1 on the battlefield. So if he'd drawn even Patriarch 1 or Roar, he would have been able to give his whole team +2/+2. And then if he would have drawn Patriarch 2, well, he would have been able to do even more bonuses. So that's not blocking Wrath. So I think a second one is going to. Yep. So he puts a second Gargoyle in front of Wrath there. Let's Botanimate the one that is blocking Wrath. That makes sense. Then what do we do with the rest of them here? Well, we can play an Oreo, or we can play an Ebon Skull Knight. I think we're going to go for... Yeah, they're both about the same. They're both one Dark Shaper trigger away. But this would also mean I could play Group Meal next turn. So Peon now either has to move, or he can battle and then move over to eat the Wrath main phase 2. Or after battling, post-battling, as we call it in Solus. Or he can play one of his Brightsteel Sentinels, give all of his guys +10/+10, and completely blow me out. Add in an Aegis Knight, and we got a party. Okay. Well, I think I still block here. He played a Brightsteel, so he's like a little bit less likely to have one. That's the trick, is always blocking against bots, right? Now I'm remembering. You don't block against bots, and you don't block against Yetis. Yes, yes, yes. But you also can't not block against Brightsteel Gargoyle. I guess you can. Brightsteel just... You let it get in its damage over time. Maybe you Botanimate it at some point. But otherwise, I guess you just let it do its thing, for lack of having anything else better to do. If he plays a level 1 creature, we'll have a Botanimate target. Oh, he's got another one. And let's see, will he play a level 1 creature? He does not. Oh, that was a really good sequencing from him there as well. Quite good sequencing. Yeah, I just can't play Wrathswill. He's just not going to let me. So I guess we'll just play out some zombies. Yeah, don't really have any great plays this game. We do have a Zimis that we're going to be hoping to draw next turn. But also just like to draw some semblance of reasonably castable cards here. Guess we haven't gotten super unlucky, but we've definitely been... Our draws have definitely been underwhelming. This probably should have been a GGP instead. Alright, a Nexus Tech. The one good thing about robots is that a Brightsteel only attacking you on your opponent's turn means that you don't take as much damage as you might otherwise. So what are my plays here? I can block this with Oros or Corpulent Shambler or Zimis. I'll block it with Zimis, I suppose. Oros would be good if we got a positive battle there to try to gain some life. But as it stands, our Oros was not sticking around. This will buy us some time, too. This epidemic. Pretend you don't know I have it, of course, but... Well, let's check on the draft. All right, our draft game did start. So I'm gonna get in there with our draft against Sirius Fox. Hopefully, we didn't make him wait too long, or didn't just lose the game. Looks like I might have not showed up to the game on time, or he conceded. Either way, I didn't show up on time because he either conceded because I didn't show up on time, or I lost because I didn't show up on time. I kind of forgot about it, I'm not going to lie. Alright, looks like we lost it. Yeah. Alright, so we're 2-1 in the draft. But it's just a little bit more of a challenge for us. Alrighty, well, hopefully I just won't forget about this one. We'll go back into the game with Peon. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't get to find out when games come back on anymore. Let's just do this and positive battle over here to soak up the most damage. We could also play this, which soaks up a little bit of damage as well. Actually soaks up more damage, but this puts us with a threat on the battlefield. That's got to be a little bit better. Again, we really are just trying to survive to Zimus, I think, here. We've got this and this, so that's kind of neat. And then we'll also be able to play our Epidemic as well. Ooh, plants. That is also a good deck to showcase off Zimus. Or not Zimus. Tarsus. So that'll be sweet. I just got to one of the tournaments where plants was. I kind of forgot that plants was a thing. So I think what we do is we kill this. We battle, take nothing, and this gargoyle is kind of locked into place here, so we'll be able to hopefully positive battle it. We survive to Zimus, so that's a good thing. Can we claw our way back into it? I hope you realize too, Peon, that if I win this, that means that you would have won the Golden Gauntlet, like you did. But if you win, then that means that that Turkus would have beat you if he was able to play you. So that's also what's on the line here. Matrix Warden pumping. Oh, it's going to pump that. Oh, right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's a good choice. Good choice for what to pump. Group meal is interesting because we are going to take a lot of damage here. We definitely want to put Zimus on something. We could put Zimus in 4 and then group meal. Yeah, I think you're probably just a better constructed player than me, regardless of who wins this game. So I could go Zimus, though I do think I got a little bit unlucky this game. Zimus in 4, then group meal. Wait, Pion, make my play. What do? Do I go Zimus in 4 and then group meal? Do I go Zimus in 1 and then Zrath to block the Bright Steel? Your deck has like a reasonable amount of damage push also. Yeah, you did have the double Sentinel blowout in rank 2. Those were pretty clutch for you. Alright, I'm gonna go with this play. Take -2 damage. I'm gonna take 15 damage at least on this turn. But then I'm hoping we can get back in it. Alright, there's a gargoyle. It's not what I want to see. And then a ferocious roar, which is going to let your sentinel survive. And it's going to mean I go down to 3. But I'm not taking damage from this. I'm taking damage from this. Yeah, playing gargoyles is sweet. I think you've got it. Yeah, you've got that one. I'm going to go play this draft game against... I didn't quite catch the name. So Many Things. Alright, let's lead with a Spelunker. Could also lead with a Gloom Reaper Witch, but Spelunker seems good enough. Pummelpack, Dreadbolt, Justicar, and even Aegis Conscripts could all be good plays here. Sapient Augmentation, unfortunately, I cannot play. But a Pummelpack would be sweet, especially if my opponent shows that they aren't in Necreum. Well, they didn't show that. We could Pummelpack, that would give this 4 armor, it would take 3 damage, it would die to another 7 attack creature. If we Pummelpack and Aegis Conscripts it, then it will survive at 9. It would need another 9 health creature to take it down. That sounds pretty strong. I think we're going to get a decent amount of value there with that. So 4 plus 5, my opponent needs a 9 toughness creature to win the game. Yeah, I'm going to run out the timer against you and see what happens. Onyxium Phantasm is a pretty phantasmic drawl here. My opponent is playing Aloyan Tempest. So, don't even know what this does. Oh, okay. Right, my opponent, we're in a good spot here in that my opponent's probably not going to be able to kill the Spelunker, but they are in colors where they might be able to build a high enough attack creature to take the Spelunker out. The difference between 9 and 10. There definitely is a difference between 9 and 10, but I don't think the difference is big enough that I want to level a Aegis Conscripts over a Forge Plate Sentry. So, my opponent could potentially punish me for this play, but that is a risk I'm willing to take. This hand's insane. Nexus Overwatch, Ordnance Captain seems crazy good, as does just Nexus Overwatch Technosmith, and making use of our Phantasm here. My opponent looks like they're going for a chump block. Well, if they're double chumping, well then we might have an even better play. They're going for a triple chump block play. Oh, this Ordnance Captain's just so good again. This is pretty clear. We're doing that. Ordnance Captain in the center lane will pump this to just take this out. It'll pump the rest of our team. I don't even think we need a Pulse Mage, though, if we do that. Like, I think we got our bases covered. I don't think my opponent... I think we want to go for the most aggressive play here, which is Overwatch, still level Pulse Mage, sorry, Technosmith, and then Ordnance Captain This will be a positive battle. This will be a positive battle. And we've got 3 pretty strong active creatures here. And 2 strong non-active creatures. We drew some really good underdrops in this hand. Obviously, Pummel Pack isn't really what we're going to be wanting to do here now. But Zithian Direhound and Ironbound Reinforcements are great underdrops. And if my opponent doesn't have any creatures, well, then we'll just play Matrix Warden and Ironbound Reinforcements. The way that my opponent would not have any creatures would be by trading with Forge Plate Sentry and chump blocking the Spelunker again. So it looks like they are going to chump block the Spelunker. And are they going to do that twice, or are they going to trade with Forge Plate? They're going to trade with Forge Plate, but they're going to do it on my turn, which results in... Oh, that results in me being able to do this. Weird. Okay. Now, even though my opponent let me do that, I think I'm going to throw a Pummel Pack on Spelunker again. Just get some more armor over here. And then I think I'm going to throw Ironbound Reinforcements on Onyxium Phantasm. It gets in more damage. We want to just hit my opponent for the most damages that we can right now. If they block Phantasm and Spelunker, that means that they'll take 13 on their turn, 13 on our turn, for a total of 26, putting them down to 30. We can add 5 to that, which would put them down to 25. Or we could also Aegis Conscripts, Gloom Reaper Witch, something like that. My opponent does have to kill the Phantasm, and they do have to kill the Spelunker here. So they do need 2 reasonably strong level 2 creatures, talking like Cinder Colossus, or whatever the 3/4 is called, and a Technosmith in lane 1. Yeah, Cinder Colossus. They could have... Yeah, they pretty much need Cinder Colossus. They could also play this 7/12 Flame Rift Instigator in lane 5. What else does my opponent have for lane 5? Acolyte plus Trigger. I'm not sure. That's not going to be enough to do it. That is going to trade over there in lane 1. Okay, so now we can give Spelunker even more armor. I'll just negate that damage. You know what? This will let me get in for 3. So that's worth it. And then Aegis Conscripts will replace that. Give this some more armor. This is now impossible, almost, for them to deal with. They need a Cinder Colossus here. And then they need to play a Flame Rift Instigator. They'll take 8 plus 8 plus 6 for a total of 22, and they'll go down to -10 on our turn. Not to mention this Ordnance Captain that's going to push for even more damage onto them. Well, the games that we've played have been blowouts, I think. I don't remember the second game, really. Shatterbolt. That's a good answer to Steelskin Spelunker, but my opponent needed to put this Nexus Overwatch over here, or they die this turn. That said, the other play still meant that they died next turn. So that makes us 3-0. Let's forfeit to Peon here and hop in for the next round of our draft here. Of our draft-a-rooney. I'm going to mute myself for 1 second, guys. I'm still here, still watching chat. Just want to make a quick phone call. Alrighty, and looks like that worked out. I am in the queue, right? Currently in match. Alright, so 3-1 here. I'm playing against Kalari. And he's got a Contagion Lord. That's a pretty cool one. Don't really just want to use a Dire Hound. A Gloom Reaper Witch will trade. Aegis Conscripts will trade. I definitely want to put some damage on one of my creatures to make Kalari sacrifice the Contagion Lord here. Question is, do we want to level Aegis Conscripts or Gloom Reaper? I'll level Gloom Reaper. Oh, right. I get to play 2 cards. What the heck am I thinking? I don't know what I'm thinking. Sorry, I got to recalibrate my brain to Solforge for a second. I thought I was only going to get to play 1 card against this. Well, if that's the case, I played the wrong card. What I should have done is blocked with Aegis Conscripts, pumping up a Gloom Reaper Witch in an open lane. However, since I didn't do that, I will just have Aegis Conscripts pump itself. Yeah, that was kind of silly. Now I'm probably looking to... Okay, I think I got a good play here. I don't want to talk about it too much in case Kalari's listening in, because I can get some real nice blowouts against him here, I think. Graveborn Glutton, is that going to be what he sacrifices? It might be. Alright, he decides to sacrifice the Graveborn Glutton instead, so Gloom Reaper is going to get to trade with the Contagion Lord, and looks like our dude in lane 5 will get to make a trade as well. We could make it a positive battle if we wanted to pummel pack. Nope, the servers for Solforge will be shutting down on Tuesday at midnight, presumably. Don't know totally on that, but that is when I would assume we are losing our servers here. I think I go Justicar in 3, Ordnance Captain, positive battle, Pterodon Mauler, and that'll make this a positive battle as well. What else could we do? We could Justicar and pummel pack it, which then means we'll be able to positive battle the Pterodon Mauler with the 4 armor. It'll leave my opponent with a 8-1 Swamp Moss Lurker, though, that I will then have to deal with other plays. So let's just go ahead and do this. Hope to draw some Steelskin Spelunkers next turn to make a big Justicar. Didn't quite get there, but we got there. Yeah, they said they were shutting down the servers at the end of the month, so we don't really exactly know what that means. But that's a pretty good block, and that's a pretty good Ferocious Roar. It's a reasonable Ferocious Roar. It's going to leave you with a 6-1, which is definitely good, but not that much more than that to show for it. So I could pummel pack here. Yeah, I'm going to pummel pack here. And then I'm going to play a Pulse Mage. It was a good roar just to turn the negative battle into the positive one on the Pterodon Mauler. So the person that I'm playing against right now, SD Sakuragi, is the guy that runs SoulForgeLadder.com, and he's a pretty huge part of the community. He's also in chat here. I'm not sure if he muted me or not, but we are trying to figure it out, I guess. And when I say we, I mostly don't mean me. I can't really take credit for most of what's going on because a lot of it, I just don't have like the necessary knowledge to be able to handle. But I do know that that's what Scrolls did, and I would love to see something happen. If you go onto the Solforge Reddit page, there is... This doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, it doesn't. I think I will just Spelunk the Justicar. Puts it up to 11. 11's like a reasonable number, especially if I can draw one more. I can draw one more armor for the Justicar. It'll be at 12. And then that starts looking real reasonable. But for right now, a Pterodon Mauler positive battles it. That's fine. Swamp Moss Lurker getting the trade. I wasn't going to be able to stop a Lurker. And a Graveborn Glutton. So we'll shrink the attack of Graveborn Glutton. And that'll answer that. Yeah, so I'm not totally sure, but if you go check out the subreddit, there is a project called Reforged that a lot of people that are probably smarter than I are working on right now. Yeah, it is. It was a, and so, speaking of Eternal, the guy that made SolforgeLadder.com also made a website called EternalLadder.com, and I think he's going to start focusing some of his efforts onto that website. So we'll see what happens with that too, because that might just be the next big thing here. Pummel Pack seems too good to pass up on here, so we'll pack it up. We do have some reasonably large creatures that we have to deal with, though. This was quite the draw. We can just positive battle this. How does that work with the second level? It might not work. I'll have to revisit those numbers in a second. Gloom Reaper's good. This entire hand's insane. But there might be some more. I mean, I like Eternal a lot, and right now with Eternal, the main thing that I'm actually waiting on is kind of silly. What is this? This is -8. Would make it a 6, 12. Gloom Reaper would trade. What's 9 is 13. Could also just go Gloom Reaper here. Guess I have to do this. Actually just have to. These are going to trade, or my opponent can sacrifice Contagion Lord, or sacrifice the Flesh Fiend. I would love to play a Nyxium Phantasm, I just don't know if I can. You know what I can, right? I can go Phantasm and Direhound. But yeah, I like Eternal a lot. I'm definitely going to be playing it. The main thing that I'm waiting for with Eternal, as silly as this sounds, is just the month reset. I don't think I have a big enough collection yet to provide any constructed content, but once the reset rolls around, I am probably going to draft a lot of Eternal, and the fact that that also has an in-game leaderboard for, like it's got a draft ladder system, means that I am very, very interested in just trying to be the best ranked, highest ranked Eternal drafter. And so I've been saving up gold in Eternal. I did like gauntlets and stuff. Finished up a gauntlet run yesterday. These dogs are so fucking good, dude. Dog just gets to trade here. Grave Pact! No! Alright. Grave Pact is pretty punishing. Man. And then a Bitter Frost Totem to get that guy out of here. Whew. Well, I might just have to use my dogs to trade off with what my opponent is doing here. You don't think I can be #1 ranked Eternal drafter? Amaz and Jonah are chumps, man. You haven't You haven't seen no Lex given yet, baby. All right, I probably shouldn't shit talk, but no, they both have a lot more experience than me, I'm sure. But that's my next goal is, if not number one, I mean my first go around. I've only done one draft in Eternal. I'm sure I'm gonna make some mistakes, or maybe I've done two. I'm sure I'm gonna make some mistakes, but the question is, how many or how good can we get at it? Pretty sure this just has to be a dog. No, this one has to be a dog because we don't want my opponent to get this. What if I shrink this guy's attack? That makes it a 6/8. So my question is, can I afford to go Nexus Overwatch and then level the Sypian Augmentation? And I think I can. Just makes... We're about to rank up here, so this makes my deck just slightly that much better. Yeah, but that's also suspicious, SDS. That could mean some collusions afoot, right? I don't know. Oh, he has a Roar 3. Does he? Does he have Roar 3? You're sure about that? Okay, you're right. Plus 8. Can't really play that well around a Roar 3. I guess if he just has it, he has it. All I can do is make his blocks as awkward as possible. This is a pretty good hand. If he doesn't have the Roar 3 right here, then I think we will win this game. If he has Roar 3, then he hits me for 15... 6. He hits me for 21. I go down to 9, and then I'm probably dead. It's going to hit me for 4. And he does have it. Okay. And he's actually going to hit me for more than that. But I'm still not dead here. It just means... I'm not in as good of a position as I'd want to be. Have to block this with at least... No, I know he does. I was just messing around. I saw one thing where he either... I think he hosted Jonah one time. He's obviously a fan of the game. I was just messing around there. There's a lot of different plays here. A lot of different plays. I'm definitely playing Aegis Conscripts and Onyxium Phantasm. Aegis Conscripts can pump itself against Swamp Moss Lurker. It can pump itself against Zithian Hulk. That's the worst play. Or it can pump itself... Or it can pump Palladium Pulse Mage to keep the Pulse Mage around and block Zithian Hulk. Phantasm can go here, which would mean the Conscripts has to pump itself, or Phantasm can go against Swamp Moss Lurker. Phantasm has 4 regen, so it will regen off a Zithian Hulk perfectly, but that means that I lose Palladium Pulse Mage. So... Then the other play, of course, would be a Onyxium Phantasm and then Ordnance Captain, but that is just worse because I lose the Pulse Mage. So what I'm going to do is... I'm going to go Phantasm. Then I'm going to go Conscripts. And here, I can save the Pulse Mage. I can give myself a big Phantasm. I'm going to go save these on the Pulse Mage. It's going to give me a 12-4, which isn't great, but I think it still gives me some amount of board presence here. He's obviously just going to trade this off for a level 1 creature. But... oh, that could be it. 2 to 8 damage. 2 to 8 damage, Kaleri. 6 damage. Well played, friend. Well played indeed. Those were good games. Or that was a good game. That was really close. That Roar 3 was really good. Well played, man. Yeah, I like Eternal. I like it a whole lot. I can't really play that much of it because I can't really play. I don't feel like my constructed stream is up to par. Yeah, you should have not blocked the Pulse Mage, you're saying? Oh yeah, that would have been a lot better. You just would have had an open lane, whatever it was, 9-6. Yeah, the Roar 3 was like almost lethal, but luckily the Pulse Mage was able to buy me some time. I don't know, it's such a juicy block there to be able to... I mean, you're right that it was probably... yeah, I guess it was just incorrect, but it's such a juicy block to be able to roar a creature big enough to be able to battle with the Pulse Mage. Right, you made a 9/9 Abyssal Maul. Alright, I'm going to go back into the collection now, and I'm going to start adding in some more decks. This is from the... this is a Forge Watch Invitational Qualifier, but there are some sweet decks from this tournament. There's Plants, and there's Death Bots, so we want to showcase some of these cards here for sure. So let's make a new deck. Yeah, Glutton was going to get there eventually. Once you Grave Pacted my thing, that took a lot of the steam out of my sails. But Onyxium Phantasm 3 is a pretty big threat. So there was a chance I could have clawed back in there, I think. Let's just start off with the word plant in here. 2 Krogius. Oh, there's 2... there's 2 Leafkin progenitors in this deck. What do I do? Oh, man. 2 Leafkins. No. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I do. I guess I'll look for some other sweet plants. I could put in some Mimic Leafs or some shit. Scatterspore Eidolon's gotta already be in here. Yeah, he is. You just put in another Krogius. Could put in Groot. Yeah, that's tricky because this deck was definitely made with Leafkin Progenitor in mind. Could put in Botanimate as a way to answer. Oh, I already had Lotus in here. Epidemic, Varna's Pact. So what's another good card that fills the Leafkin Progenitor role? Nuada just turns something into a monster. It doesn't really care what you've made. Mimic Leaf just comes so much later. I guess it's Mimic Leaf. I guess that's the answer. This guy's a plant. You know what? I'm going to put in Mossbeard Patriarchs. I know it's not what the deck calls for at all, but it is a sweet card in my opinion. Oh wait, you know what else I could put in? The The fucking, Phytobombs. That's a card that has actually seen play. Or not actually seen play, but it's sweet. There's probably no room to make a Phytobomb in this deck, is there? Well, it is a Tarsus deck. And that kind of lets us be nostalgic about, like, I don't know. When I first started playing this game, Phytobomb was like one of the first rares that I opened. So I'm happy to just put some Phytobombs in this deck. That sounds sweet to me. And what else is in this deck? Looks like some Necrium legendary spells. aka 2 Shallow Grave, 3 Varna's Pact. Yep. Varna's Pact, Phytobomb, obviously not a combo, but... Yeah, so you know how Hearthstone, like, Kripparrian has, like, the button that, he never presses? That's me in this game. At some point, I'll break the Solforge servers and hit this button. And, yeah, that'll create 20 million silver, which is a lot. It's 100,000 silver for a legendary, so 20 million silver is 200 legendaries. But also, as for why I'm an infinite drafter in this game, these are my, like, draft tickets. Cost 4 tickets to enter a draft. And just like in Eternal, you get the cards when you draft them. So that leaves me with a lot of excess cards here to be able to do something with. Alright, I'm pretty sure... I forget what we called this deck. I think we just called it Aeon Flex. And that was Zimus, Bright Steels, Circes, Ebon Skull Knights, yeah, so originally my thought was going to be that I would hit the button. I'll tell you what I was thinking. I was going to hit the button at the end of the stream on Tuesday, and I might still do that, though there's like a few cards that I need to pick up some copies of, so maybe I will scrap some of my cards before then, but still have a big button that we can hit. And we'll let that be what takes down the Solforge servers, was kind of my thought. At the very end of the night, like midnight on Tuesday, I'll hit the button, and then the servers will go down, and we can all just pretend that I am the one that crashed the Solforge servers, right? Today I learned how to spell Orion. Matrix Warden and a Devourer. Alright, so there's our Aeon Flex list. This is Silvertail's list. It's a little mythic heavy, but I think that's mostly the list that people were running. Okay, and then we have a Metamind list. I'm going to build this as well. It has some overlaps, like it has the Aegis Knight thing from the other deck, but I think that we want a Drix deck in here. Metaminds. Three Drixies. What other Metaminds go in the deck? We put in 2 Adept. Looks like 2 Shard Thieves. And I guess that's it. Jetpack. What time are we looking at here? 5:45? That's not too bad. It's Friday, so don't mind streaming a little bit longer on Fridays. Oh, it does have 2 more Metaminds. It's got singletons of... Oh, it just has a 3rd Adept, but I guess one's an alt art. And then a singleton operator. I wonder if this... Do you guys think that this is a... Is there a alternate art of Metamind Adept? Because this says 2 Metamind Adepts, 1 Metamind Adept. There's a chance that that is like a whatchamacallit, like a typo, and there's actually supposed to be another Metamind in here. But what would it be? Obviously, GSF Commando's insane now. We're not going to put in a GSF Commando, though. Could be an Explorer or an Overseer. But yeah, I'm not sure. It does say to play 1 Operator, though. And then... Avatar goes in the deck, and what's the last card? Strategist. Alright, we got the strats. There was also the Metamind deck that used some removal in it, but if we just call that Metaminds, I'll know what that means. What other sweet decks do we have here? Another Yeti deck, this one with Oros. Some more Removal options. Let's take a look at our Removal list. We've got Phoenixes in here. Do we have Static Shocks? We don't. Right. Flamebreak Invoker. Grimgaunt Predator. Maybe, I'll just talk about that, I guess, when I talk about the other deck. That deck might be better. Do we have a dragon in this deck? Yes, we do. Okay. I don't know. It seems like it covers all the bases while also just being a pretty nostalgic-looking deck. Alright, this looks good. I like this deck so far. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 decks right now. And there are still a lot more that I can think of off the top of my head. Let's go back into the thread, best Solforge decks of all time. Kitfinity, Icefinity. Yeah, we can. There's like more aggressive Wegu decks. Right now I'm just playing Wegu level, but we're not exploring the Wegu deck that is just like Turbo Wegu. Master of Elements. Alright, let's take a look at this Life Drain Primer. Oh, yeah! Dusk Maul BQ. Right, okay. So there's a pretty streamlined BQ deck here. I'm pretty sure this deck still plays Disseian Siphons. I'm not totally sure. What is the Drake called? It's called Dusk. Do I still own them? Yes, I do. This was another time I quit when they just nerfed Dusk Maul. So this was definitely a Bramblewood Tracker deck. And it definitely had Soothsayer Hermits in it. What else did it have? Probably Patriarchs. Oros for sure, right? Unless Oros was just worse than Aetherphage. But maybe Aetherphage was bad. I can't remember if Aetherphage was bad because they could just Soothsayer their spells back, or if Aetherphage was good because you made them do that. I feel like Aetherphage was good and maybe people didn't play Oros. Let's see if I can find any lists for it. Dusk Maul, Brood Queen. Seen Brood Queen, Malice Hermit in this deck. Shardplate Behemoth. This is a little bit while I was out of the game, I think, but there's no tracker in this deck. Can't say I love that. I don't know. Is Duskmaul still good? What are the numbers on it? Oh, you have to level the tendrils now. But 7, 9, 11 still seem like fine numbers. This might not have been a Patriarch deck. I don't remember. I know I played Bramblewood Tracker. Wait, did you play Bramblewood Tracker? Did you just not? Alright, here's a list from the World Championship qualifiers. Oh, Cindersmoke Wyvern with Oratech explosives. I forgot about that. Here's a Wegu list. That is also playing Crypt Conjurer, so we might take a that. We might take a that. Brood Queen, Tracker, Soothsayer, Hermit, Duskmaul. I think this is the list that I want. Oh yeah, I was running Nova. Right, Nova had just come out too. Alright, I think this is the list then. I'll copy this one. It is playing Patriarchs. It is playing Bramblewood Trackers. It is playing Oros. Okay, so just people stopped playing Aetherphage. That's the answer then. Shard Bound Invoker. Does it play any actual shards? No, it doesn't. Scythe. So I think this is actually like the final iteration of BQ Track 'em Smooth. So if we play this, we might not have to also showcase the BQ Track 'em Smooth deck. Nova. Looks like it's running a Sorrow Maiden, a Thundersoar, and then I guess another 3 of that I'm missing. Oh no, it's running 2 shards and a Siphon. And we could also try to play, like I could cut 1 shard in this for a, yeah, I think I will, cut 1 shard for a Dryad. And then that'll showcase pretty much all the cards. Dusk, BQ, and this is pretty much the only version of this list that we need. We really don't need BQ, Track 'em. Yeah, this is the same thing, it's just running more tech cards, which this deck wasn't wrong to play, but there's no reason to showcase it. Do we have a Scythe in this? We do. Okay, so we're just showcasing a bunch of 1-ofs and then 3-ofs of all of the cards that we know are insane in the deck. Seems pretty straightforward there. Let's also put together a Wegu deck. It looks like Wegu was also a Duskmaul deck at the time. Is that true? Yeah, I guess there's no reason for it to not be. What's the guy called? Crypt Conjurer. Alright, so this is a Wegu deck. Oops, which I need 1 more Wegu for. Varric's Embrace, yes sir. Oros is such a crazy card. Anybody was wondering what card they should craft ever, the answer was actually always Oros. From the second that card came out till right now, it has been a constructed staple. Not even like just good and constructed. Just a constructed staple, like Peon splashed for it in his Zombies deck. Staple. Plays triple Howl? That's pretty crazy. It's missing 1 card. It's missing a 1-of Soul Reap. So this doesn't show off Dissian Sludge. Which I don't love. How would we fit in some sludges, though? We would cut... Because here's a list right here that isn't running sludge, but what did it cut to make room for sludges? Still running 3 Howls. Still running the Soul Reaps. Oh, it's not running Siphon. So cut a Siphon. Cut 2 Siphons to make room for Dicey and Sludge. Maybe that will just be another deck. And this deck is a Dicey and Siphon deck. Yeah, maybe that can just be another deck. I'll throw 2 Sludges in here because maybe we want to show off Arborus, which I think is the name of that card. Yeah. Arborus. This guy, Soul Play. And, like, there is also just the spell that, where is it? Druid's Chant. There is also just Druid's Chant Wegu. I don't know if we quite want to go that route. Those lists were never as good, right? So maybe we don't need to showcase them as much. Yeah, this list has some sludges in it. It just cuts the Dician things all together. The Dician Siphons. This one's got Sludge and Siphon and Necroflay, trims an Oros, trims a Wegu. Does this list trim a Wegu? No, it doesn't. This list is a BQ Track'em deck with Crypt Conjurer, no Wegu. Yeah, this entire tournament is Wegu, BQ, and some other stuff. Oh, there is one Brawn deck as well. Oh, right. People were playing Brawn alongside Duskball when it first came out. That's what Brian played. That's funny. I would like to play one good Dinosaurs deck. Does anybody have a good Dinosaurs list anywhere? I want a new Dinosaurs list. Let me write this down somewhere. I want, or not a new Dinosaurs list, but I just want a Brawn list. I want a... Alright. I'm going to write down the cards that we are not currently showcasing and see if we can get them. Oh, I need a list for the new burn deck. Alright, I can find that. Let me just write down. I want to do a burn list. Like, new burn. That's for me. I can find that one. Win strategist Alyssa. I don't know. Alright, if somebody can give me a good Alyssa list, I could just use DeJour's list from the other week. But if anybody, if there was there ever a time Alyssa was good? If so, I want that list. Arc Flight. That one I want to find. A good Arc Flight list. It's Dragonburn I'm going to write down as... We have a Drix deck. I'm just going to write this down just to troll. Flow Steel prototype. Should I have some fun decks in there too? Like, should I have a Forge Guardian deck? It just takes so long to try to get that out, right? GSF. Oh, you know what? I'm doing the wrong thing. I meant to be looking at all cards just in case there's anything I don't own. Alright, and this is going to give us a comprehensive list of everything that's good in the game. Was there a Battletech list that didn't run robots? I don't think that there was. We've got our good Gox deck. Iron Maiden. What used to play Iron Maiden? Obviously it was a Killian deck. I don't remember. Don't remember exactly what it was. Nexus Aeronaut has got to go in something too. Was Nexus Aeronaut in the deck list of the thing that just won the Caleria Invitational? I gotta find that in my YouTube here. Ironbound Reinforcements. What is this card called again? Nexus Aeronaut. No, it wasn't. I will make this deck, though, while I have it open. I don't know the name of this deck. If somebody knows if there's a name for the new deck as well, let me know. Iron. Oh, I'm only looking at those things right now. Right. I have no Nexus bubbles. Orion, Justicar. Avatar, and what else? Relic Hunter, right. Okay, this is a good Relic Hunter deck at least. I did want one of those, but I know that there's more good Relic Hunter decks. Mono A. It's like a bubble deck. I guess you name it around bubble. And I think people have a cute name for the bubble as well. Save it anyways. Alrighty. So scroll back up. I got ahead of myself here a little bit. Think we want an Iron Maiden deck. Maybe we want a Marty deck. Only if it was good. I want a Nexus Aeronaut deck. We're not showcasing that card off at all, and it's really strong. That's going to be some type of AT Flex. Probably with Ator. Is it 6 o'clock? We're fine. Orion Scavenger was kind of sweet, though I can only have so many mono Aloyan decks. Probably not going to be able to do any Scavenger. Nothing with Sparky either. Oh, you know what? Supposed to take out rares and commons. I don't think there's any, like, insane build around me commons. Oh, though, you know what I should do? I should show off the Batterbound deck that was just, like, the only thing that was playable in non-heroic. That deck was way too good. Wait, I played Synapsis Oracle. Okay, maybe that was just me. This was my first deck. I don't remember what else was in it. What else could have been in this deck? Maybe Aloyan General, but I don't think so. Don't think Arcflight Squadron either. Could have just played Ionic Warcharger back then. Oh, you know what? I definitely played Justicars. Don't think I played that back then either. Or Technosmith. Were there any good spells? Doesn't look like it. Though I could have seen playing like a Jetpack and a Warmonger mod or something like that for damage push late game. Krogius existed, but I don't think I played him. It's probably more likely to play Echo Wisp. It's 23 cards. This deck's still a little short. Oh yeah. Thunderstorm. Did I play Botanimate? I may have. May have just played Botanimate. Then Warmonger modded Jetpack. Didn't play Heart Tree. I think I played some Underdrops. I think I played Echo Wisps. No. Gargoyles? Probably something like this I played back in the day. Maybe cut another Matrix Sword. Alright, that's just to show off some cards that I want to make sure we showcase from back in the DZ. Point is really just to provide a history of Solforge. Alright, now we move into Necrium cards. Contagion Lord has never been constructed viable. We do have some Cersei decks. At least I thought we did. What deck is a Cersei deck? Oh, AN Flex has Cersei's in it. Doomwing has never been a good card, unfortunately. Oh, Indomitable Fiend! Alright, that card was insane. That has to get included in the video. And then the Patron of Tarsus deck I don't have a copy of here. These actually go over here. Patron OT. I kind of think there should be... So Patron of Tarsus deck is the Varna deck too, I believe. I'll write that down though. Varna, question mark. And I do think that there should be a new Zombies deck with Zombie Dread Knight. But I don't have a list for that. Zombie Dread Knight. Alrighty. Explosive Demise, Immortal Echoes, no. Remembrance, no. Okay. So we don't have an A-Tour deck. Bin Ben's kind of funny. I should probably play... I'm just going to write down A-Tour. Want to make sure we get the most... Whatever, like, the most busted A-Tour deck was. And if that was Marty or Dinos, then that probably takes care of it. But I'm not sure what iteration Dinos translated into. Blitzmane is fine. Borean Windweaver we've got covered in a number of different angles. Everflame Phoenix we're featuring as well. Rageborn Hellion we're featuring. Alright, looks like we got a decent portion of these. Don't think ZYX ever took off. Oh yeah, there was the... Okay, so there's the Fido Burn deck. I need a list for that. And the fact that we need that Fido Burn... You know what this deck probably actually had? My old school NLG deck? It probably had Fido Bombs in it. I used to love that card. I probably didn't play this shit. Probably played. I probably played Fido Bombs. But that also means I could take the Fido Bombs out of... What deck did I slide Fido Bombs into? Plants? Yeah. Let's take the Fido Bombs out of this deck. Put in 2 Mimic Leaf for now. But those are supposed to be that card that's not in the game anymore. It's definitely a... Warhammer. I think Warhammer was in an AT Flex list or two. We're going to have Ignir in the other deck. Cinder Smoke Wyvern. I think I might just make a AT Flex deck with some of the leftover cards here that aren't otherwise gonna see use. Looks like I missed a lot of cards too. Alright, I'm gonna do a once over of this again before I end the stream. Not sure if we have any Firestorm deck. Oh no, the new deck is a Firestorm deck, right? Arborist, maybe. Actually, I need to get a poison list. Dozer. That's all play. Wisps in there. Flex. Okay. Just want to make sure we are covering every card here. That every card that's ever been good will see some amount of play. Oh, Loros. Right, there was the Loros. There was the Raid deck. Some of these things might overlap into the one deck that wound up going away. We have Nova. We're going to have Othra. Maybe we want a Patron of Deepwood. Patron of Deepwood. I'll write that down. Ruby Scale I am dealing with. I think the only card I'm not going to showcase is Shardplate Behemoth. Alright, I'm just going to write down Shardplate. I'll figure out where to throw it in. Thing is, the card was never good, but it was also never bad. Maybe it was good in the time that I wasn't playing as well. Oh, Invilian Arbiter. Where does Invilian Arbiter go? I'm not sure. Umbric Lasher was definitely in a deck. Sorry if this is a little bit boring or doesn't make any sense to you if you're watching right now. Alright, that's about everything. Is Lash played in Poison? I remember Lash being good. We have a Gauntlets deck. We've got a Scythe. There's probably one of the other thing in there somewhere, but the red one. Alright, let's just look through everything, just very slowly, see if there's anything that we're possibly missing here. Don't think Apocrymancer ever saw play. Barrier Soldier, I believe, is in the... It's not in Infinity, no. Stasis Warden. It's in the Stasis Warden deck, right? Yeah. There's no Defenders deck, but I don't think that was ever really good
outside of unheroic. Not playing any scarabs. There is one Aloyan card that I did say I was leaving off. It's like Forge Watch and Forge Watch / Scavenger. Scavenger. Okay. And even though I have Relic Hunter down, I'm just going to write him down again. Because that card is good enough that I think it needs to just get showcased more. Not playing Sparky, I don't think. I don't think that was ever good, though, right? Steel Shaper Savant. Oh, Flame Savant. Whatever that's called. The original burn deck from back in the day. Flame Shaper Savant. Energy Surge. I don't know if... Yeah, there's Energy Prisons somewhere. Jetpack, Heavy Artillery. I've got Wipe Clean somewhere as well. So I'm not showcasing off Abominations, though. If you want to see some stuff happen with Abominations, you can watch my draft videos. Those will still exist. I don't know if this deck was actually good ever or not, but I know nothing about it. So making sure Varna gets covered, Xerxes will get covered. Cover all these dumbass removal spells. There's a lot of bad red cards. Chicken. Made Firefist Duranti better, but lined up at a weird time. Alright, I think we've got everything. I think I'll be able to showcase mostly, if not every card that was ever good in Solforge. If we wind up, it gets to day of, and we find out I'm missing something, you know what, maybe I'll just make sure. I think Valifrax and what's the other guy, the Soulbind guy? Iztek, right? We'll just take a look. Maybe I'll be able to throw some singletons into random lists. It's better than not showing them off at all. Gets most of the big splashy cards. Did I write down Dozer already? I did. Static Shock always being a force in the game. Was Harbinger of Spring ever a deck? I don't think it was. But that's one of the few rares that was like almost close enough to make the push. No, I'm playing Malice Hermit in Wegu level. And the best poison deck is poison level, right? I think so. Alright, I think that shows off pretty much everything. Doesn't show off everything that, like, Invilian Arbiter can do. Pterodon Ridgeback, hopefully we'll cover both of these in the Dinosaurs deck. Alright, so I think that will give me everything that I need to go on. Expect another post from me on Reddit tonight, and I'll be looking for a little bit more contribution just to make sure that we can go out with a bang as far as Solforge goes, and have a fun stream on Monday and Tuesday. So for now, have a good weekend, guys. Thank you for watching, but I will be back on Monday and Tuesday with some final Solforge content on twitch.tv/NoLuxGiven. And then I'll have it up on YouTube to watch later on there. And you can check out the YouTube channel, obviously, for all past VODs and stream highlights. Other than that, that's pretty much all I got. Have a good weekend, and I will see you around. Oh, yeah, that is what I wanted to say. Look out for the post on Reddit tonight, and just to see if there's any way that you can help contribute with lists or anything like that. I'm also going to beg for, not really beg, but I'm going to ask for everybody's shareables in the hopes that on the last second we can hit this bulk scrap button and fuck some shit up. So if you have any shareables, send them my way so we can make the bulk scrap button great again. I also do need a little bit more silver to finish out these decks, but that shouldn't be a problem. I'm sure I can get there on my own, but any cards you guys want to send me will make that a little bit more enjoyable as an end to our stream there. Other than that, yeah, that's it. That's definitely it. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. I'll see you on Monday. Solforge, I love you, man. Peace.